Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this second edition of the BlackboxNLP workshop on analyzing and interpreting neural networks for NLP. Please take your seats. We will get started. So this year is the second edition of our workshop. The idea, as you all know, is to gather together people who would like to take a look inside the neural network black box and combining insights from machine learning, psychology, linguistics, neuroscience, and other relevant fields. So I hope we manage to do that today. I will say a few words about practical issues and so on. First of all, who is involved this year? So this year we have Jonathan Belinkov, who's sitting here, myself, Tal, who should be here soon, and Dieuwke, who's also there, Dieuwke Hupkes. So some numbers. So this year we got 66 submissions. We accepted 29 archival papers. We accepted 16 extended abstracts. So these are papers which were possibly published elsewhere or will be published elsewhere. We will have 8 oral presentations divided into different sessions. We will have 37 posters, also divided into poster sessions. We have 2 invited talks, and as of my latest information, we have about 400 registered participants for this workshop. So it's great to have all 400 of you here, hopefully soon. A few some practical information. So the poster area is just outside this room. There are these pillars where you can put your posters using some tag. One important thing is please remove your poster after the poster session so that the next presenter can use the same space. For the oral presenters, the most practical thing is to put your slide on the computer which the staff is going to help you with. Before the oral sessions, and then you can just show your slides without any interruptions. The coffee break is going to be in the ground floor Spadolini Pavilion, which I just found out is right outside this room. So the coffee break overlaps with the poster sessions, so that's convenient. The detailed program of the workshop is on our website, so you can just go there and see the exact timing of all the different parts of the program. I will just highlight a couple of items. So we will have 2 invited talks. The first one is going to be right after I'm finished by Arianna Bizazza, and the second one is going to be later on today by Michael Bonner. Another thing we will have is a panel discussion. So we will have a number of people, including the 2 presenters, but also some other people, Marco Baroni, Eli Pavlik, Naomi Safra, and Ethan Wilcox. So as you can see, we tried to include both senior people and students on the panel to make the panel discussion more inclusive and interesting. So this is going to be moderated by Dieuwke. So this is going to take place towards the end of the day. We also had 2 types of awards. We had travel awards for students and postdocs who had limited financial resources to travel here, such as those from low-income regions or in graduate programs that were not as well funded as many others. So hopefully that helped these people to join us today. We will also have a Best Paper Award, which will be announced during the closing session. And both of these types of awards are, I'd like to thank for making them possible to our sponsors, which are Google, Facebook, and Microsoft. And that concludes the opening remarks. Since we still have about about 5 minutes before we start with invited talk. We'll take a 5-minute break to allow maybe other people to come in so that they don't miss part of the talk. Today here with us, Ariana Bizatza, who's currently assistant professor at Leiden University in the Netherlands. Ariana received her PhD in Trento University. She also did a postdoc in Amsterdam, University of Amsterdam. She did some early interesting work on the syntactic capabilities of transformers versus recurrent networks in the context of machine translation, and she in general is interested in understanding syntactic and semantic transfer in multilingual NLP models. And so I'm looking forward to her talk today. Welcome, Ariana, thanks. I give the floor to you.
So, hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Ariana Bizatza from the Leiden University. Thanks, Gregor, for the introduction. And this is joint work with Prajit Dar and Ketran, who is now at Amazon. So, let me get started with an introduction about multilingual NLP models. So, if you have attended the conference in the previous days, good chances are that you know this pretty well now. Neural NLP models, and in this talk I will be talking mainly about language models and neural machine translation models, but other models too, can be successfully trained on a mix of data in multiple languages without requiring architectural changes to the underlying architecture. So you can basically take your favorite RNN architecture, your transformer NMT model, and you can train it on a mix of sentences in a bunch of different languages, and the models seem to perform pretty well. So how do we know this? With the limited number of parameters, we are able to get good performance in the task when we compare to the monolingually trained respective models, and actually in some cases we get even better performances. So it seems that these models are able to acquire and maintain different language systems inside them in some way. And today we are here to question how they actually do it. So let me talk a bit about what are some advantages and open issues with these models. So the first obvious practical advantage is that we have less models to maintain. So if you are a large company providing translation for 100 different languages and all the possible pairs among them, it's obviously a great asset to have a model that can handle all these pairs. And more on a theoretical level, these models offer an easy way to transfer knowledge from high to low resource languages. And this is something that is not yet completely proved, but we definitely have some evidence that this can happen, and to a satisfactory extent, at least for some languages. So what are some success stories with multilingually trained NLP models? This is probably not the first, but it's the first really big success stories that I know of. It's the Google's multilingual neural machine translation system. There have definitely been efforts to do multilingual translation before, but they all required pretty complicated, dedicated architecture. Whereas in this paper, they show that with the simple architecture designed for a single pair of languages, you can scale to a very large number of language pairs, maintaining overall a pretty good quality of translation. Another very famous by now case is BERT, the multilingual version of BERT. So it's a very deep model providing pre-trained contextualized word representation. And soon after the English version of BERT was released, the multilingual version of MBERT was released. I will talk about this model more during the rest of this talk. And you also have XLM that is provided by Facebook. So what are some of the open issues with these models? There's lots of them. Maybe the most important is that when you put languages together, they will interact somehow, and this can result in both positive and negative effects. So we can borrow some terminology from literature in bilingual processing in the human mind or second language acquisition. And we can talk of positive transfer and interference, which is the negative counterpart. So if you are a speaker of two languages, probably you know that sometimes it's good you can utilize the knowledge in a second language to improve performance in the other language, but it can also lead to some interference, and you can actually produce errors in the second language that a monolingual speaker would not commit. And secondly, it is still not clear whether all languages benefit from multilingual training to the same extent. Actually, it has already been shown that it is not the case, but the mechanism underlying this are not really well known yet. So let me start with what we call the cross-lingual meaning space. So we are trying to delve a bit in what's happening and what is how come that this model can handle a number of languages with the same number of parameters of a monolingual model. So this picture is taken from the paper that was presented Google multilingual NMT system in 2017. They called this section of the paper Evidence for an Interlingua, which was perhaps a little far-fetched, but it was really interesting to see this on visual way. Basically what they show here, they take a sample of, I think it's a couple of hundred sentences in a multi-parallel corpus. So you have English, Korean, and Japanese. And by doing some low dimensional projection, we can see that the translation of the same sentence tend to cluster in a similar region of the space. So this is pretty intuitive and a qualitative observation, but it seems to be working pretty well. And the question that I'm more interested about, so there has also been quite a lot of work measuring the cross-lingual meaning space at the word level, not only at the sentence level. So we have rather good tools to say whether a given multilingual NLP model is indeed inducing a good alignment of the lexical semantic spaces in the different languages. However, a question that has been questioned much less is whether these models also come up with the cross-lingual grammar. So what do I mean by that? Again, we can take some inspiration from the field of psycholinguistics. And in this field, there is quite a bit of evidence that linguistic information in the multilingual mind is stored together and interact cross-lingually at all the linguistic levels. So we are talking from the level of phonetics, morphology, and so on, up to the level of syntax and semantics. So there is evidence to believe that systems in the two languages are not stored as parallel independent systems, but they are actually interacting at all levels. So we can visualize this with this picture. We can think that a bilingual speaker of, in this case, English and Turkish, perhaps these languages are pretty far apart, so maybe more related language would make this statement more true, but if in general, if this idea is true, we can think that this speaker has the same system to perform part-of-speech tagging, to recognize the lexical categories of the word, and it also utilizes the same system to parse these two sentences and arrive to the same mental representation of these sentences. So can we say something similar about neural networks, or not at all? And why do we expect that this could happen? I think mainly for three facts. So the first fact that for which we have proofs is that syntactic knowledge is indeed implicitly captured by neural language models. Of course, the extent of this statement vary across languages and models, but much work that has been done from the community now in this room has given convincing proofs of this fact. Secondly, another empirical observation, multilingual training can lead to higher performance on end tasks. So these languages, putting together these languages doesn't only seem to produce negative effects, but there is something good happening there. So perhaps some form of positive sharing. And finally, by architectural design, we know that the multilingual NLP model has limited capacity per language compared to the monolingually trained counterparts. So if we put these three facts together, one could say, yeah, perhaps something smarter than just squeezing all the information together next to another is happening. And there's actually some sharing happening also at a more abstract level. So I'm going to present some experiments that we did to understand the nature of this cross-linguistic transfer in multilingual NLP models. And what has been done so far, basically, multilingual NLP models have been typically evaluated on downstream tasks, like natural language inference, or MT, which are really important, of course, to display their properties. But they don't really tell us at a more fine grain how the transfer is happening. Or they have been evaluated at a lexical level on the closeness of word translation embeddings. And these tell us whether, semantically speaking, and at word type level, the alignment is happening or not. But there's a whole gray area in the middle. So the questions that we are asking, and today I will only provide some answer to this question, but there is much more to be explored. The first is, does structural or syntactic knowledge actually transfer across languages in these kind of models? and what are the conditions for this transfer to happen. And why I think it's important to ask these questions? Well, practically because it might inform future experimental choices when training multilingual NLP models. So think, for example, of choosing which set of languages you want to put together in one multilingual NLP model. And secondly, it leads us to another question, whether these models could eventually be used as a cognitively plausible model of bilingual language acquisition, which I think is a question that is to interest to many of us here. So in today's talk, I have 3 parts. The first is I will show experiments that we have done to transfer universal dependency parser cross-lingually using a massively multilingual pre-trained LM. Secondly, I will ask a more kind of analytical question. So beyond performance of a parser, can we say that implicit grammatical knowledge of a language, L2, is increased by simple exposure of the same model to a related language one? And thirdly, if this is true, is there a common representation space which shares syntactic categories that's being induced by these models? And we basically assume that if there is no such space of shared syntactic basic categories, then it will be difficult to achieve a transfer of higher level syntactic knowledge across languages. And this is actually an update from yesterday, concurrent work by Google. They also analyzed multilingual BERT, which I'm going to talk about in the first part of this talk, and came to slightly different answers. It's asking similar questions, but they're using different probing tasks. So they're using name identity recognition and part-to-speech tagging. So I anyway invite you to also check this paper if you're interested in the work that we are doing at the end of this talk. So let's start with part 1, where we transfer parser using multilingually BERT, multilingually trained BERT. So most of you know that large-scale pre-trained language models have pushed the state-of-the-art in a variety of NLP tasks. BERT is probably the most preferred version of this model at the moment. It is a deep transformer-based bidirectional network that is trained like a language model, but with an enhanced objective, which is the mask LM objective, which is basically you blank one word and you use its context, all its sentential context to predict the word, but also on predicting words that are in the following sentence in the same paragraph. And what is multilingual BERT? It's basically exactly the same architecture, but trained on a mix of no less than 100 languages using a shared subword vocabulary. So you can think of MBERT like this. It's a big model with lots of layers. And it sees as input this sentences in related languages. It doesn't even have a token saying which language this sentence is in. And it just eats everything, and it comes out with some possibly shared representation or universal language representation. So we immediately thought that there could be some potential for transferring, for instance, parser to low-resource languages, because tree banks are scarce in a lot of languages. And in this work, we asked whether we could build a universal dependency parser on top of a general purpose sentence representations, namely those generated by MBERT, without using any parsing supervision in the target language and no parallel data. So this is what our architecture looks like. We have MBERT, which is pre-trained on a huge raw text corpus. Think of languages A, B, C, D, E, and so far. And on top of that, we stack a recently proposed graph-based dependency parser. And then we fine-tune everything on a much smaller set of languages for which we have tree banks. So let's say languages A, B, C. And then we test it well, also on ABC, but more interestingly, we can test them on DEF. So we can test them on languages that are not in the tree-bank training data, and we can even try to test it on languages that are not in AMBER data, and surprisingly, it kind of works. So these are the results for our the best model that we have trained. So we use a mix of 8 languages that we chose a bit following our intuition and to have some diversity both at the word order level and at the language script level. And we test on the truly low resource languages from Cornell 18 shared task. So you can see the training data. It's a mix of 400K sentences in these languages. And on the right side, you see the label attachment scores. And we have a really surprising boost over the state of the art by using a single system. So it was pretty surprising to find out how this could that this simple approach could work pretty well. And so each of the best Cornell 18 system is built with different architecture, but crucially, each of these models could use the knowledge of the target language it would be tested on to choose, for instance, the language on which to do transfer. Whereas we're using only one system and getting a pretty much higher result. But this talk is not about state-of-the-art results. Let's go past that and think what could be the possible implication of this result. So one application could be that simply exposing a language model to a non-parallel mix, so that means without any kind of supervision, without any kind of human annotation, so exposing the language model to a mix of languages with just having a shared hidden layer parameter and a subword vocabulary could lead to a shared syntactic space. Yay. So I'm curious how many of you think this may be too optimistic? Don't be shy. Only few, okay. All right. So maybe we have to dig a little further to see if this is actually happening. So the first thing we can do is to test the robustness of this model to different sets of parser training languages. So if you see how we chose the X mix, for instance, we put Norwegian in there, which is very close to Faroese, and Czech is closer to Upper Sorbian. So it was a pretty nicely chosen group of languages. So what happens if we only train on English or only on Latin script European languages or on just some SOV languages like Hindi and Korean? So what happens is that we have very different results. And so it's not as universal as it promised to be. Well, the representations possibly are, but they don't make our whole approach universal. So the choice of the tree-bank training data, the languages of the tree-bank training data still matter a lot. So maybe that's not what we were really expecting to see. And also we ran some further analysis also on other languages that are not shown here, and we could only partly explain this by the language relatedness between train and test languages and the word order similarity to the test languages. So there is something more that we don't understand. And also we noticed very bad results on some test languages, for instance, Japanese and Vietnamese. So Vietnamese, we could call it a kind of language isolate, at least within the languages that are represented in UD. But Japanese has pretty similar typological feature to Korean, which is in our parser training data. So what's happening there? So we leave this aside and we continue with our quest for common syntactic representation space, but using methods that are more familiar to this black box NLP community. And the question we ask here is slightly different, is whether a common syntactic representation space is induced and whether implicitly captured grammatical knowledge in the language model can be transferred across languages. So if you really like BERT and these kind of big models, that's it. The rest of the talk is about much smaller scale model. I hope you will find this interesting anyway. So transfer of implicit grammatical knowledge. So we take, once again, inspiration from literature on psycholinguistics, where cross-linguistic interaction in the human mind has been widely studied. And syntax, in particular, has been shown to be stored in a shared system in bilingual speakers' minds. So I'm going to mention a word that I find really cool and that shows this. It's called the syntactic priming phenomenon, and here it has been shown that bilingual subjects that have been recently exposed, and that means really recently, like a few minutes ago, to a statement in a passive voice in their language one, they tend to use it in language two. So we can visualize as this. There is a Spanish-English speaker, and he's tasked with describing this picture. And actually, this speaker could be part of the experimental design. So this speaker will choose to describe this picture with a Spanish passive sentence. And the other speaker that just heard him will be now tasked with describing another picture, which is completely unrelated. And on average, the speaker will tend to also choose the passive voice. So there's definitely some interaction there that's happening, and it's controlled for semantic effects. Pretty interesting, I think. So how can we apply a similar idea to probing a language model that we, for a neural language model? So we choose a probing task that has been proposed now a few years ago, and it's established as a good task to prove implicit grammatical knowledge, which is the long-range agreement task. So we can apply this task, we can solve this task by a language model score, and if the language model score can pass this test, we can take this as a proof of implicit complex grammatical knowledge. So what we are actually, there is a twist, there is a multilingual twist in our experiment. We're asking, does exposure to L1, our helper language, improve agreement accuracy on related to? So by just training a model on a mix of L1 and L2, will that help LL2, assuming the grammatical pattern of question is present in both languages? So the setup is as follows. We train a language model on a mix of two languages, and then we test on the L2, and we choose to put ourselves in optimal conditions for a start. So L1 and L2 are related. They are French and Italian, and L2 is under research. So we are really hoping that the model will need to borrow some knowledge from L1 to solve the task in L2. Although I have to say, this model is not trained to solve this task. It's just trained for a standard language model, next word prediction objective. The task, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this task. This is the example of subject-verb agreement. But there is a multilingual version of this task that has been proposed by Goulard et al. Last year. And it also includes different pattern, not only subject-verb. And more interestingly, there are two conditions that are tested here. One is the original sentences, which are just the sentences as extracted from the corpus, but there are also the nonsense sentences. So these are generated by replacing each content word with a random word of the same part of speech. So you can think that this sentence here could generate a sentence completely nonsense, like the trucks were welcome in the pocket or was sold. And we as humans would still be able to choose the form that is grammatically correct. And this test is used to probe for purely grammatical knowledge, because all semantic cues have been removed. We are particularly interested in this case. And this data set is available in 4 languages. So the setup is as follows. We have a 2-layer LSTM, pretty standard setup before the BERT era, and French and Italian are our languages. And I recall it again that training objective is inherently monolingual, so there is nothing really pushing for transfer to happen. But sharing mostly takes place at the hidden layers because these parameters are used by both languages, whereas the input and an output matrix, that depends on the design choice. So we can think of a case where we have no overlap in the vocabularies, or we can think of a natural overlap within vocabularies where, for instance, digits or named entity will be the same, or we can think of a very overlapping vocabulary, which is what is achieved by segmenting words into subwords. So we experiment with these 3 different conditions. And these were our first results. So these results were obtained via disjoint vocabulary. So we wanted to start with the most controlled situation where all words are marked with the language token, and there is only sharing at the level of the hidden parameters. So what we're seeing here is a frequency baseline. Then we see a language model trained on a large Italian corpus, its small counterpart, and the bilingual model. So the small and the bilingual model can be directly compared to each other to understand if French is helping at all. And actually, we see that the helper language gives small gains only on the original sentences, but unfortunately no gains on the nonsense sentences. So we have no evidence from this experiment that the grammatical knowledge is passing over between the languages. So we were really hoping to find this evidence, so we ran a bunch of experiments. I won't go through all of them here, where we changed a number of explaining variables. As I said, we tried with different rates of vocabulary, overlap, and different training regimes. So joint training is when you start your training from the first epoch on the 2 languages mixed together, or sequential is you first converge on the large helper language and then you move to the second one. However, in all our setups, we found no evidence for transfer of purely grammatical knowledge, only some gains when the semantic cues are there. So it was kind of a negative result. We thought about why this could happen, what could be the causes for these negative results. So there are also some limitation in this method. Firstly, because we see large performance variation across model initialization, we concluded that perhaps the evaluation data was rather small. In fact, the original sentences for Italian are only 100, and the non-sentences are generated on top of that. And the task itself is complex. So it involves learning subject-verb agreement rules, it involves learning the lexical number categories, the subject, and so on and so forth. So can we take even one step back and ask an even simpler question, which is, are basic syntactic categories shared in these models? So the assumption here is that the sharing of basic categories is necessary to enable transfer of more complex syntactic knowledge. So let's start with the visualization. T-SNE plot on token representation. So each point is a token as encoded by hidden layer 1 of our bilingual model. And it's the same space, but we just split it into 2 pictures to allow for visualization. On the left, we have the French tokens. On the right, we have the Italian tokens. From far, they kind of look similar to some extent, and the different colors indicate different part of speeches. So there's definitely something coinciding here. It's a nice way to start our exploration, but obviously we should also quantify this. Just looking at it is not enough. And so we thought with how we could do that, and we resorted again to diagnostic classifiers, which are probably the most basic question that you can ask to a trained language model. Do you capture part of speech, for instance? But again, we have the multilingual twist. We use simple linear classifier, but we train them on L1 and we test them on L2. So we probe for part of speech and dependency type labels. So we just look at the type of the dependency relation, not the whole edge. And the kind of question that we're asking, you can think of, for example, could be rephrased as such: are French and Italian adjectives recognizable by the same neural activations? Or are French and Italian subjects recognizable by the same neural activations? And then we can contrast this with the more typical experiment that is performed in this literature of multilingual models, which is the closeness of a word translation embedding. Well, let me just show the question, and it will be really easy to understand. So basically here we could ask whether the embedding of the word chat in French is close to embedding of the word gatto. So here are the results. We start with the lexical semantic level. What we find basically is that the vocabulary overlap has a big impact in the sequential training. So first, on the left part, we have the joint training. Here we have moderate alignment, regardless of the vocabulary overlap. When we move to sequential training, we see that it's very sensitive to overlap. So the column that you're not seeing is actually there, and it's close to 0. So for some reason, a bad combination of vocabulary overlap and the type of training led to no alignment at all. We can also conclude the vocabulary overlap rate does not predict well even semantic alignment. Then we move to the part of speech classification experiment. So what we find here is that it correlates pretty well to the semantic alignment. However, the part-of-speech transfer accuracies are overall low. So when you compare to the same classifier trained and tested on the same language, we lose quite a bit. And note that this experiment is using a coarse-grained UD data tag set. So it's really not that hard to figure out the categories. When we move to dependency types, higher level syntactic categories do not seem to be shared at all. And baseline performance is anyway low. So our model is not bidirectional. That might explain why this is happening. So we also look for other explaining factors. The train objective. So we compare the next word prediction objective to a translation to a third common language, English, to see if that has an impact. The language relatedness. We contrast French and Italian pair to French and Russian. And we vary the number of input languages. So we can have French and Italian as input languages, or French, Italian, Romanian, Dutch, and German. Does a larger and more diverse set of input languages lead to better transfer for some reason? And here we use the DIWSLT data, which is definitely smaller, but allows us to perform a fair comparison among all these setups. So yeah, I'm running out of time, so I'll go a bit quickly through these results. Actually, this is the most important result, because here we compare, so with the orange bars, we have the transfer of part of speech with the language model objective, so same as before, but with the model trained, with slightly different model, bidirectional, and trained on another data set. And the green bars are for neural machine translation. And so finally here we see two things. One, that in general part of speech is captured to a much higher degree in translation. And we finally find some evidence for transfer. So it's the first time we see, actually, we can claim that this model can point to nouns in the two languages and can point to adjectives in the two languages to a rather good extent. However, when we move again to dependency type classification accuracy, we still find a drop. And so that's really the one positive result that I have for now. And so for the last two plots that I'm going to show, we only focus on the translation objective because that's where we saw something. So we tested for language relatedness, what's the impact of the language relatedness, and we found that even, at least in our setup, even that doesn't necessarily mean that more related languages lead to better transfer. And finally, if we use more input of languages, we find that in general, part of speech and dependencies relation are better encoded within a language, but there is actually less transfer. So I think this really deserves more investigation because it's not what I was expecting to find. So let me now sum up. So we set up this work by looking for an evidence that there is a shared syntactic space in multilingually trained language models and neural machine translation models. So we found that indeed the universal dependency parser can be transferred with multilingual BERT, leading to higher state-of-the-art results in truly low research languages, which is good. But however, we also found in more controlled experiments, so smaller scale model, shallower architectures, less languages, and RNN-based, that transfer of implicit grammatical knowledge is limited, or it's none when we eliminate the semantic cues. If we go at an even lower level, we find that part-of-speech and dependency relation categories do not appear to be shared in general, at least in our experiment, except in the case of the translation objective to a third language, namely English. Then we have a good transfer of part-of-speech categories across input languages. And again, note that no parallel data was used among the languages that we analyzed, but only to the third language. So what's special about translation? I guess we could intuitively say that it's because the model is forced to map the input sentence into a common autospace, which the monolingually trained, which the language model is not really encouraged to do, not directly at least, because if you train a model for next word prediction, the output spaces remain actually separate. And of course, there is a very obvious question to ask. Is it because I'm using smaller models and shallow architecture? So using a huge transformer model and larger data set, would that fill the gap? Probably. And in fact, there is some evidence that this could be the case. So the work that was presented yesterday on MBERT seems to suggest so, but they didn't go beyond the part-of-speech transfer, which to me is really the minimal level of transfer that I was expecting to see at the syntactic level. And there is also work, recent work by Facebook on the XLM, however, that is showing that the translation objective remains superior to an LM objective, even with a very deep and trained on large data model. And this is for the task of natural language inference and cross-lingual embeddings. So the translation supervision matters, and if you allow me to make an analogy to human processing, we could think that that's a kind of proxy for the common mental representation that we generate when we process languages as humans. So what's next? Well, multilingual, or also as it's now called cross-lingual language modeling, is really a booming field. There's still a lot to be explored. So what are future analyses that need to be done? I think comparing in control setups different training objectives, as we've done, but going further to the masked language model objective and the translation version of the masked language model objective that it was proposed by Facebook. And also checking for different architectures. So there's really nice work, for instance, by Graham Newbeck and colleagues, where they also learn during the multilingual training to make a linear transform of the parameters for each input and output language. So hopefully this can give us models that are making a more intelligent use of this common information. And I have to say that there is a lot of work being done on linguistic probing within a language, and that language is most of the time English, not only, but it's still the most of the time. And much less, though, has been done on linguistic information sharing across languages, as far as I'm aware. And I call this community to come with better probing methods, perhaps than the ones that I proposed today. This was a start, but we need to come up with good tasks, like we have done so far, but for the cross-lingual transfer case. So what I can say, based on what I've seen so far, that current multilingual NLP models might not really be a panacea for low-resource languages. and there is no free lunch. Perhaps we should reconsider the role of generating some good old translation data if we really want to take up this performance in a low resource language. This may get us really a long way compared to training on 1,000 languages that don't have much to relate with this one. And also, I think we should think seriously about reevaluating the role of linguistic resources, especially for language isolates that are much less likely to benefit from the other languages in the mix. And that's it. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thanks to Arianna for a very exciting talk. We have time for questions. Please come to the microphone in the middle. Yeah, someone will bring the microphone in a second.
Hi, Paola Merlo from the University of Geneva. Thank you for a very interesting talk and attracting attention to this very interesting line of work. I was wondering if the reason why you didn't find any transfer effect is that the languages are actually too close to each other. You know, Italian and French have surface agreement, so it might be that you don't really have much transfer because that's already as well as I can do. And if you were to pair you know, if a task was, I don't know, learning some aspect information, and you were to pair a Slavic language with a language that does not express that aspect information explicitly, if you would see some transfer effects.
But we are not doing translation between these languages, though. So are you referring to the fact that...
I was talking about your experiments on
yeah.
the syntax, transfer in syntax, like probing, for example, the...
Yes, but so the hypothesis there is that you have a model that is trained on only small language, say Italian data. So it didn't have time to really learn well the subject-verb agreement. But if it had learned very well this pattern in French, it could be a good strategy to transfer this formation to Italian. So the design is that the pattern should be in both. I'm not sure, maybe you're referring to the case of translation. So your second example was?
No, I'm just referring to the choice of languages.
Because
if you were to choose a language that explicitly marks the notion you want to learn, and a language that does not explicitly mark the notion you want to learn, maybe if it's just a more extreme case, and maybe then you would see
we had
some transfer.
Last year at NLP some experiments with the capturing of gender, and there we varied the language by the degree of gender marking, and we definitely saw that if the target language required the gender, then it would be captured to different extent in the source language. So I think that makes a lot of sense in the context of translation. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Marco Baroni, Facebook and ICREA. Very nice line of work. One thing I was wondering, although I guess your somewhat like negative results on syntactic transfer might suggest that that's preliminary, is whether we could use your methods to investigate typological claims. So I was thinking, for example, SOV is claimed to be in some way like, you know, a more basic word order, whether if you control for the order of like, for the typology of languages in the training data, you will then like get a cross-lingual model that all else being equals will favor SOV over other word orders or other experiments of
So even though you balance the
so let's say
number
that
of
in the
different
input
word
you have the
orders,
same number of SOV and SVO, but then you see that like if you just, let's say, the model randomly generate, you're going to have more SOV. Or, I mean, I don't know if this is the specific question to ask, but...
This would be a slightly different question. It's not about transfer among languages, but you
it's
can use
more
similar
like
models.
It's sort of
to,
UG that you are generating. Do you see the trends that we see in human UG?
I think you could definitely extend this approach to answer this question. I think there's a lot of things we can do with these models. It's just started to scratch the surface. But it's a good suggestion. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. I'm Bob Frank, Yale University. So one question I'm trying to grapple with is how to reconcile the results from the first part of the talk with the second and third parts of the talk. So the first part of the talk, you showed that you do get transfer to these low resource languages in the problem of UD parsing. Now, granted, the architecture was all different, but you did get some kind of performance benefit. And so I'm wondering whether that was, the evaluation was done at kind of 10,000 feet. You just gave us LAS numbers. And so did you dig down into the black box of what those LAS numbers are so that we can understand what kinds of dependency relations you're actually getting a benefit on? And maybe some of the reasons that you're not doing so well on the latter transfer tasks is because you're actually trying to get at a sort of more general kinds of things, and those are just not, they're kind of giving you a hit.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's something that needs to be done next because, yeah, we need to bridge these two studies. Actually, we had started with the second part before, and it's something that we started already a year ago, and we weren't finding evidence for transfer. And then in a separate work, we did this transfer on mBird, and it worked surprisingly well. Now, bridging the gap is the obvious thing to do, but it's not, at least given my resources, is not the thing that I can do immediately. In particular, it's different to do ablation tests with this kind of huge models. We can definitely do target evaluation. That's a very good suggestion. I hadn't thought of it right now. But yeah, so doing ablation tests going from the huge mBird to my small RNN, that will take more time to show. But yeah, I agree that just LA score by itself is a very rough indication.
Right, so I mean just breaking down by dependency type, by dependency length. You know,
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, this is Yu Xiang from Carnegie Mellon University. And so you mentioned in your talk that you say that the limitation of your experiments, one of them is you have only kind of small set of data, only 100 sentence in evaluation set. So actually we have a paper in this ACL that about how to choose transfer languages if you have several candidates for you to choose. And what we found is that sometimes...
Sorry, is this for parsing or for...
okay.
Was this for
yeah,
what task?
so we did on 4 tasks, so machine translation, dependency parsing, part of speech tagging, and entity linking. Yeah. And so we found that sometimes it does, not only the similarity between 2 languages matters, sometimes the data set size or the type token ratio, which is a measure of the diversity within the corpus, also matters. So have you ever noticed any effect, how different data set size will have on, how to, the effect of the transfer? Yeah.
So we have 4 experiments there. The first 3 we varied the languages, but we keep the total data size fixed.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's pretty controlled setup. We can, I think, make claims on the actual impact of the languages. And in the 4th, it was actually a bigger mix. So there we didn't make claim about the languages helping. It was just our best training set that we put together. But yeah, I definitely agree. There are so many factors that, and that's actually the problem because we don't really understand how this is the choice of training, languages and size is going to and lead to the final end task performance.
Yes, so a quick following is that, so it's probably, it will be interesting to consider also how when you change your data set size, how will that affect of your transfer? Because sometimes we found some counterintuitive example, like if you do machine translation for Azerbaijani to English, and if we use transfer languages from Turkish, that is actually most helpful. But we also found that if we do using a Korean as your transfer languages for Azerbaijani, in the case that they are so different, but if we use very large data set for Korean, it actually even do better. So sometimes it's kind of counterintuitive. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Thank
you. Thanks to Ariana again. The next point in the program is the poster session, which will take place outside of this room.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you all really enjoyed the poster session. Pinter, and he will be presenting his work, which is called Characterize, Seeing Language Through Character-Level Taggers. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
That is sort of representing a prefixing type of language. Other languages like Hebrew or Arabic have all these discontinuous types of morphemes where the output tag would correspond to various characters in the character sequence that are not do not form a contiguous sequence. Those are called introflexive languages. And so our main thoughts when thinking about these differences between languages and about how these models are structured is, on one hand, can we use languages that we know the type of to see how models encode their linguistic patterns? And from the other side, can we help characterize languages based on the way that the character sequence models perform on them? This will also maybe help us engineer different types of systems for different types of languages. Okay, so getting to our methodology, the first observation that we make, or the first assumption that we have, is that individual units or neurons in these character models might perform tasks that are exactly related to this correspondence between the character sequence and the different values for the tags. So say this one hidden unit is in charge of finding this particular suffix. If this is the case, then it would be easier for these models to capture agglutination and very hard for example, to catch the interflexive types of the morphology. Also, we usually use bi-RNNs or bi-LSTMs in these models, so whether or not the location of the affix is going to be influencing the way that each directionality of the specific unit works in. This is some first step analysis that helped us formalize these hypotheses. So look at Turkish. It has very specific morphemes that are attached to the stem in a very predictive sort of way. So they're very predictive affixes. And we see from both a forward and a backward facing unit in the character level part-of-speech tagger that it is both, that on several of these morpheme boundaries, there's a jump in the activation. So maybe maybe this is exactly what the units are learning to do. They're learning to identify these jumps and thus to help tag the specific part of speech. So now for our more wide-scale analysis, we used data from universal dependencies, or UD. We looked at 24 languages for both their part of speech tags and their morphosyntactic descriptions. We made effort to track down as many of these different types of morphological properties as possible. It is hard. UD is somewhat Eurocentric and suffix fusional centric, but we did manage to find 5 agglutinative languages and both interflexive languages I mentioned before, as well as all of the one prefixing language in the UD, which is Coptic, and 4 languages which are more evenly distributing suffixation and prefixation. Everything else is, well, like English. So English is in the majority class for both of these axes of variation. Our word to tag model, I won't talk about it, that's not the part we're analyzing. We use that to get decent results. It's a bidirectional LSTM and a multi-layer perceptron following that. We discarded the word embeddings in total to get the best signal from the character model. Surprisingly enough, using a wider than usual character embedding size got us into very good results, mostly very close to state of the art. So that was not a real problem. And now we come to the metrics. So, okay, so we have our trained models. Now we rerun them on the training data words, and we get for each word this activation pattern. So we know what the activation was on each character in its separately. And now we want one metric to specify this one chart. So we have for this unit, for this word, we have this averaged absolute value for all the activations along the word. Then we aggregate this on the unit. So we take all the words in the training data and bin them into this two-dimensional table, where one is the bin for the score, and the other is the part of speech tag. And then we measure how predictable, how much they correlate along each other based on mutual information. So we call this metric the PDI, or the part of speech discrimination index, which is basically the mutual information on this table here. So a higher PDI is supposed to correlate with a better discrimination effect of this one neuron on this one language. Then we take them over all the neurons in the language, and we reach a language level chart in this case. So we rank them from high PDI to low PDI. The forward units are in blue, and the backward units are in orange. And 2 things we can try to decipher from this is both the total amount of PDI mass, so the sum of this entire graph, which should, again, correlate with a better ability of the model to discriminate part of speech based on the forward and backward activations, and the forward heaviness, which we define as the amount of forward units before the median of this total mass. So if we look at Coptic, which is an agglutinative prefixing language, versus English, which is a fusional suffixing language, we do find results that correspond to our hypotheses. So both in an agglutinative language, the units, individual units, do a lot more of work. They're a lot better at discriminating as we expected, and the forward units do more of the work. So they detect the prefix, and then they keep the high activation, whereas in the suffixing language, it is exactly the opposite. If we go to the entire data set, now we have all of our 24 languages here, and 4 of the top 6 positions are held by 4 of the 5 agglutinative languages, so that's a good signal. Both our interflexive languages are in the bottom 4 spots, which would also be a good signal, except that there's a confound here that they are both non-Latin character sets, as are the other 2 in the bottom 4, so we're not exactly sure about what this means. I won't show the forward-backward analysis, that's in the paper, but it did prompt us to maybe try an empirical study, one that can actually help people better engineer their systems to conform to different languages. So maybe we don't need this bidirectionality if the forward units or the backward units are doing all the work. Maybe using unidirectional models are just as good for some languages. And what if we try this crazy new sesquidirectional approach where we only use some of the units for one direction and the rest for the other one. So we were hoping for some some sweet spot in the middle where we can actually find good results for different types of directionality balance. For the unidirectional models, the answer is surprisingly very strong yes. So unidirectional models can perform much better than the bidirectional ones. This is the bidirectional is in the middle. That's the 0, and this is the plus or the effect of the unidirectional ones on the actual part of speech tagging accuracy. We see that suffixing languages do this, it helps them more than the other types of languages. There is a caveat here, another confound, that unidirectional models have more parameters, so keep that in mind. What about these in the middle models? So this is kind of a negative result. We didn't find any balance that is better than both the unidirectional and the bidirectional stuff. So to sum up, we introduced our PDI metric that takes exactly the activations from inside the model without any probing or other tasks that might be otherwise used for a supervised model, the character level part of speech tagging. There is some applicability to language characterization. You can take PDI over any specific measure that you want for the original activation chart for each word in each unit. We did find differences between the different balances in the recurrent models. One question is this actually a measure of the languages, or is the structure of UD where some domains are different in some languages different? And one way to test this would be to run this on different data sets in the same language. We will work on that. And the last question is about affixation. So we did have some results that might be conflicting between these two experiments, where the backward units in the English seem to have do more of the work, but the forward-facing unbalanced model performed better. And this could either be from some saturation effects, or maybe we're measuring the wrong thing in PDI, where all the backward units are basically doing the same thing. That's one option. Another is that just the PDI itself should be measuring something else. And that is that. With all the model and the, you can play with the code in Mark's repository. Mark, by the way, is going to apply for PhD next year, so get him to your group. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Very interesting. There is time for 1 or 2 questions. If you have a question, please go to the microphone. Maybe meanwhile I can ask you a question. So with PDI, I think you're targeting specifically single units, right? Whereas of course in networks it may also be that things are distributed over different kinds of units. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that?
This experiment was motivated by this idea that that the character level units, I mean, they do interact with the other units, if that's what you mean. But eventually we do see these patterns that are repeating throughout different words, I didn't get to all the examples, but there are some really nice ones in Hebrew, for example, where they find different activations for the same type of part of speech, for example. And that was our main motivation. So of course it can, any other metric that uses the interactions would be complementary work that we would very much welcome.
Okay, thank you.
You've shown some interesting differences between forward and backward RNNs. What do you think of other character level architectures that can be used? For instance, character CNNs and then followed by RNN or other things.
Right. So CNNs would also be a very nice thing to extend this to. I think that is much more maybe telling of what specific character engrams do. So that is less less about, like, I think a single window of CNN would rarely have access to more than one morpheme boundary. That might be something that the character level CNN would find interesting in itself.
Okay, thanks again. Let's move to the next speaker. So next we will have Raymond Mooney on faithful multimodal explanation for visual question answering.
Okay, thanks. So this is joint work with my student Jialan Wu, who unfortunately couldn't be here. So for those of you who don't know about VQA, it's a very popular multimodal problem these days. You get an image with a question, and either you get the free form where you have to generate the answer, or you get some multiple choice where you have to pick an answer, like here is what is in the child's mouth, and you have to realize it's his thumb. The green ones there are good answers, and the blue ones are bad. So there's been a lot of work on this recently, but what we're interested in is explaining a VQA's performance. Okay, it's answered a question. We want, it's some very large, complicated CNN, LSTM transformer, whatever, complicated network. How do we know to trust it or not? Can it explain its answers to a particular question? So there's been a little bit of work on producing textual explanations for VQA systems. Lisa Hendricks did some work a couple of years ago, and the Berkeley group has followed up on that a little bit, where you use an LSTM to generate an explanatory sentence given embeddings of the image, the question, and the answer. And you actually train that LSTM on human-provided explanatory sentences. So they nicely collected a bunch of data on a data set called VQAX, where they've asked humans to provide an English sentence explaining why they answered the question the way they did. And then you construct a whole separate network that learns to generate human-sounding explanations by training on that data. Here's a couple of examples. You get an image here and you ask, is this a healthy meal? It answers no, and then it produces this textual justification because it's a hot dog with a lot of toppings. I think these are the gold standard human explanations, not generated ones for this case. Or a different image, it answers yes because it contains a variety of vegetables on the table. So there's been a little bit of work on generating these sort of textual justifications for answers. The Berkeley group's also done a little bit of work on multimodal explanations, where you combine both a visual and a textual explanation to justify the answer. So there's been a lot of work, of course, on visualizing network activation using attention or gradient methods or other things, where you highlight what part of the image most caused it to produce that answer, and while we combine those with the textual ones. So here's the same two questions where we also put heat maps over the image about what part of the image is also contributing to that answer. So this is all great work, and I'm a big believer in multimodal explanations. But the problem I have with this approach is it's all what I call post hoc rationalization. This previous work on generating textual and multimodal explanations for VQA, they are not really faithful to what the algorithm is doing. They do not reflect any details of the internal processing of the network or how it actually computed the answer. They're just trained to mimic human explanations in an attempt to justify their answer to the human user to get it to trust it. So we've tried to take this approach and push it towards being more faithful, actually reflect some of the underlying processing of the underlying network. So we're attempting to produce more faithful explanations that actually reflect important aspects of the VQA underlying system's internal processing. So we do this by trying to focus the explanation on including the detected objects that were highly attended to during the VQA network's generation of the answer. It's still also trained on human explanations to give it ability to generate these human-sounding textual explanations, but those explanations are not just completely independent of the underlying processing of the VQA. They're explicitly biased to include references to the objects that the system was attending to when it generated the answer. You can get into this whole discussion about attention and explanation. Don't even start me on that. I'm happy to do that offline. Here's an example and we also do image segmentation and highlight specific items, and we link the textual explanation to the visual explanation. So here's a good example. We get this image, we get this question, what sport is pictured? It answers surfing. It generates the textual explanation because the man in red, and it highlights the man in red, is riding a wave on a surfboard, and it highlights the surfboard in blue. And that man and that surfboard were highly attended to when the system actually computed the answer. So that textual explanation is biased to include the things that were attended to by the underlying VQA system. So again, the architecture for this whole thing is sort of complicated. You can see the paper for details. At the bottom here, you have a standard sort of top-down, bottom-up, for those of you who know, sort of attention system that it detects a bunch of objects in the scene using a lot of computer vision techniques. Then it does a top-down attention over that to figure out what items are most important in answering the question. You embed the question with a standard GRU, LSTM, your favorite way. Then both of those go into the question answering. It highlights on particular items, so here it shows the baseball player in red being highlighted, and from that it produces an answer. And we separately then train an explanation generator. So similar to the Berkeley approach, we train an LSTM to generate an explanatory sentence from the embeddings of this segmented objects, but that's trained on supervised data to produce human-like explanations. But that training is strongly encouraged to produce explanations that cover the segments highly attended to by the VQA to make it more faithfully reflect the focus of the network about why the network actually computed that answer. As it generates the words in this textual explanation, it's attending to different parts of the image as it generates each word in the textual explanation. And that's how we link the textual explanation with the visual one, where we get that correspondence of certain objects are highly attended to. Those words are then linked to that part of the image when they're generated. So we can analyze that to extract the links between the words in the textual explanations and the regions in the image. So the overall system looks like this. There's some other details here in terms of we extract certain sort of prominent phrases that are used to refer to objects in the scene, but eventually, you have this extra explanation component that takes in the answer, the objects that were highlighted and attended to in the image when the answer was produced, a bunch of phrase output of phrases that are typically used in human explanations, and then it generates this multimodal explanation. The player is swinging a bat when it generated the word player, it was paying attention to that red part of the image, so it highlights that. When it generated the word bat, it was paying attention to the bat, so it highlights that. And then you get this nice multimodal explanation where the words that are highly attended to are reflected as particular regions in the image. Here's a couple other cherry-picked examples. What type of room is this? It answers bathroom. Its explanation is there is a toilet in red and a sink in blue. It highlights the toilet in red and the sink in blue. So how do we evaluate these sorts of things? So you can compare the system's explanation to the, quote, gold standard human explanation using standard sort of MT metrics, where you take the textual explanation the algorithm produces and you try to match it to the textual explanation that the human produces. That's useful, but I think limiting. So we also did a standard human eval where we asked human judges on Mechanical Turk to compare system explanation to human explanation and judge which is better. So it's sort of a Turing type of test where we give it the human explanation and the machine explanation, and we ask it, which is a better explanation, or are they equally good explanations for that answer? And we report the percentage of times that the algorithm beats or ties the human, which I think is sort of, it's doing well then, if it's beating or tying the human. So here's a bunch of table results. The top table is the automated metrics. We use standard MT metrics, blow, meteor, cider. The two sections there are whether during tests, we're giving it the ground truth answer to the question. So it says if it knows the answer, how does it produce an explanation? And if the GT stands for ground truth, so those are sort of more interesting numbers where it doesn't know the ground truth to answer when it has to produce its answer and then explain it. And we compare to this Park et al. System, which is this current Berkeley approach that I mentioned, that doesn't try to faithfully reflect what the algorithm is doing. It just sort of spits out what it thinks a human would like. And somewhat interestingly, I think, our automated metric scores actually go up by being more faithful. even though it's not, you know, the Berkeley system is trained to mimic human answers, and this is just judging that. So it's sort of interesting. By making it more faithful, we actually make it produce more human-like explanations, which I think is quite interesting. In the human eval, where humans are asked, is this as good or better an explanation than the human one, the Berkeley approach, which I don't think is very faithful, it's a sort of post hoc rationalization, humans thought its explanation was better or as well as good as a human 45% of the time. By making the algorithm more faithful, we actually make it better explanation in terms of humans actually judging it as a better explanation, and it goes up to, we beat the human, or tie the human 55% of the time. Okay, that's an evaluation of the textual part of the system. How do we evaluate the multimodal part? So we tried a few things here. We asked human judges on Mechanical Turk to qualitatively evaluate the final multimodal explanations. We show them the picture with the sentence and the highlighted regions and the colored words like I showed you. And then we asked them two questions. How well do the highlighted image regions support the answer to the question? And how well do the colored image segments highlight the appropriate regions for the corresponding colored words in the explanation? So it was doing a good job of linking the textual explanation to the visual explanation. We had them answer these questions on a Likert scale. So on the relevance of the highlighted images, we see very many, the highest number of people ranked them as very supportive, quite a bit is supportive. Of course, there are a few on the other end where they say they're completely unsupportive. But overall, it looks pretty good. It's towards the two highest marks in the Likert scale. In terms of the quality of the textual links between the textual explanation and the visual explanation, again, we're getting mostly very well or well, although, of course, there are the error cases where things are not going as well. But overall, I think this shows that the system is producing interesting and accurate multimodal explanations. Okay, so to just quickly wrap up in this quick talk, I think multimodal explanations for VQA that integrate both textual and visual information are particularly useful and interesting form of explanation for this challenging and fairly widespread task of visual question answering. Our approach tries to use attention over the high-level object segmentations to drive both the VQA process and the human-like explanation to make it more faithful to what the algorithm is actually doing. And by doing that, we actually show that we produce superior explanations compared to this sort of post hoc rationalization approach based on human evaluation and comparison to human explanations. We're actually having humans prefer our explanations more, and we match existing human explanations more. Okay, 12 minutes.
Thank you. For questions, please move to the microphone in the middle so that I don't have to run around with this one.
Thanks, Grzegorz Szupała, Tilburg University. So my question is, you kind of emphasized the fact that the system is not doing post hoc rationalization, but rather is faithful to what the system actually is paying attention to and the way it's making the decision. Do you evaluate that component or that aspect of the overall system in any way?
Yeah, the faithfulness is very good. The evaluations I showed you do not do faithfulness. It's a 12-minute talk. We do some things in the paper. One thing, we analyze the network using LIME, which tells us what features are really the network is really using, which is a better metric than attention. And then we show that the words that we highlight do align with what LIME says are the most important things. There's a couple of extra evaluations specifically of faithfulness in the paper. I'm afraid I just didn't have time to squeeze them into this talk, but thanks for that really important question.
Great, thanks.
Hi, I'm Megan Fauli from Utrecht University. So I was wondering whether in the case that you're comparing to what you call the post hoc rationalizations, I can really imagine that one of the major problems here is that the explanation has nothing to do with the picture because it's just really good at imitating just the general form of explanations. Is this one of the issues that you're overcoming?
Yeah, I think that's true. So yeah, so the Berkeley group has tried to make, they did some extra post after the fact stuff where they tried to make sure that it does refer to items that are in the image, but that doesn't mean it's referring to items that the algorithm itself was actually paying attention to, it did the answer. So they've done some work on sort of post-filtering to make sure that that textual explanation at least refers to things in the image, but I don't really think that helps. It makes it more grounded, but it doesn't make it more faithful because it's not really reflecting anything of the actual network that produces the answer.
Thanks.
Hi. I had a quick question about the human evaluation. So do you do evaluations only when the model predicts correctly, or do you also do evaluations when the VQA model
That's a good question. So because of the way the Berkeley people did it, we followed them, which is yes, it's only the cases where both systems got the answer right. It's interesting to look at the cases of explanations for wrong answers. I think that's a very interesting thing, and we need to do more of that.
All right, thank you.
Can we do one last, hopefully short question?
Yeah. Well, actually, that was kind of my question. So I was going to ask if you had a sense of what the explanations look like when it gets it wrong. Like, is it useful for debugging why it got it wrong, or at least ones where it got it right for the wrong reason? Like, does it say, I'm attending to this spurious correlation? And
yeah, these are both various questions. We need to do a deeper dive on analyzing explanations when the answer is wrong. So certainly we need to do a better. Yeah, usually I show, in addition to cherry-picked, I show what I call lemon-picked examples where things screw up, and I don't have any good lemon-picked examples for this, but we should.
Thank you.
Let's thank the speaker again. The next speaker will be Lilja Arras, who will be telling us about different recurrent neural network explanations.
Is this normal? Because it should look differently. It's a PDF. So I will start with the second slide. That looks a bit better. So in recent times, several methods were proposed to explain the prediction of recurrent neural networks. In some previous work, some methods were evaluated only qualitatively. So in this work, we show that it's possible to evaluate them also quantitatively. And we moreover propose a new toy task where the ground truth explanation is known, and that can serve as a test bed for evaluating explanations. So what do we mean by explaining predictions? So in the standard setup, once you have a trained neural network model, for example for image classification, once you feed the model with a new image, it will output an answer, which is a class with the highest prediction score. But in a practical application, you are not only interested in the answer, but you want to understand also why the decision took place. This is particularly important to check that the decision was taken for the right reason, and it's also a requirement according to the EU GDPR. So one way to deliver an explanation is to trace back the decision to the input by assigning to each input dimension a so-called relevance value, which is signed and shall indicate which part of the input are supporting the decision. Moreover, the explanation should also be dependent on the predicted class. So for example, the explanation for the decision it's a bike should look differently than the explanation for the decision it's a person. This kind of explanation can also be applied in the NLP domain, where words in a text sequence gets highlighted according to their relevance. Yeah, I'm very sorry that the slides are a bit messed up. But so one method to obtain the relevance values is layer-wise relevance propagation, for short LRP. This method was introduced in 2015, and the key idea of this method is to decompose the quantity fc of x, which is the prediction score, back to the input layer by leveraging the neural network structure. So how does it work? First, a standard neural network forward pass is performed. Then in the second step, a specific backward pass is done, where relevances from higher layer neurons are redistributed onto lower layer neurons. And through this backward pass, each intermediate neuron in the neural network gets its own relevance value. And the backward pass is initialized by assigning to the output neuron as a relevance value the prediction score fc of x. The LRP method has a theoretical justification in the case of ReLU networks, and it's based on Taylor expansion. More recently, the LRP technique was extended to gated recurrent neural networks. So the new type of layer that needs to be handled in such network is a product layer. So one thing to note is that such product layer have always the same structure. In such products, there is always one neuron that plays the role of a gate. It has a value between 0 and 1, and it controls the flow of information. And the other neuron, we denote it as a signal neuron, has a signed value, and it should be the information. So once we know the relevance at the output of such layer, the question is how to distribute this quantity on the input of this layer. So in our previous work, we proposed to redistribute the relevance entirely onto the signal neuron and nothing to the gate. Some other work proposed some other strategy, for example, to redistribute the relevance proportionally to the neuron values in the forward pass, and some other work proposed to redistribute the relevance equally onto both input neurons. So we denote these different variants of LRP for the product as LRP all, prop, apps, and half in our experiments. There are also some other methods that were proposed to explain recurrent neural networks. For example, there is the contextual decomposition method for short CD. There is also very often a gradient-based explanation that is used in previous work, such as, for example, gradient times input. And there is also an occlusion-based relevance that was proposed. So now that we all have all these methods, the question is how can we compare and evaluate these explanations methods? So one thing that is usually done is to look at a few relevance heat maps and check if they make sense. So here in this case, an LSTM was trained for sentiment prediction of sentences. And all sentences that are here depicted were predicted by the classifier as belonging to the negative sentiment. So here we visualize the relevance according to the LRP all explanation method, and we map positive relevance value to red and negative relevance value to blue. So red words shall indicate words that are responsible for the negative sentiment. This can include also negation if negation are used for making the prediction. And blue words shall correspond to words representing a positive sentiment. And indeed, when you look at the heat map, we see it's the case. We also note that for the last two sentences, the negation is not highlighted, but this is consistent with the fact that the classifier did misclassify those sentences. So looking at heat map is good for qualitative interpretation and for intuition, but it's not enough. I think we all agree we need also a quantitative and automatic way of evaluating explanations. So one general purpose technique that can be applied to evaluate explanations in the case when no ground truth relevance is known is to perform a perturbation experiment. So here we perturb the input according to the word relevance ordering. By perturbing the input, I mean we remove word from the input, and then we track the impact of this perturbation on the network prediction. Such type of experiment was first done in NLP in our previous work from 2016, and it's related to the standard pixel perturbation experiment, which is usually done in computer vision, and it could also be seen as a kind of ablation study in the input layer. So here, for example, on the exemplary sentence, if we remove the word with the highest relevance, hate, we see that we already switched the prediction of the classifier. So we did this experiment on an LSTM for sentiment analysis. So green means it works, red doesn't work. So we did this experiment and we check which explanation method has the highest impact on the accuracy. And the result are that the LRP all method, CD, and occlusion have the highest impact. Gradient times input has also to some extent an impact, but far less than the best performing explanation methods. Concerning the remaining LRP variants are almost equivalent to random word removal. So one thing to note, though, is that among the best performing method, LLP can be computed in just one backward pass through the LSTM, while the other method requires multiple passes. So with this kind of experiment, we could validate that the ordering of the relevances is pertinent. But we ask ourselves, can't we design a toy task where we know the ground truth relevance values so that we can check the exact value of the relevance? So we came up with the idea of adding two numbers in an input sequence. So how do we modelize the input for this task? We modelize the input as two-dimensional vectors, as a sequence of two-dimensional vectors, and there are exactly two time positions for each input sequence where the first dimension of the input vector is non-zero, and these are the two numbers we want to add. For the second dimension of the input vector, it's exactly the other way around. But the numbers that we give as input don't matter, it's just random values. So the target output is a number NA plus NB. And by the way, such type of toy task, of addition toy task, has been already around since the 90s. In our experiment, to have a controlled setup with an LSTM with one memory cell. So what we expect the true relevance value to be is that for the 8th input vector, we want the relevance, we think that ground truth relevance is the number NA, and for the time step B, the ground truth relevance is the number NB. We also tried a slight variant of this task where instead of addition, we do subtraction. So the only difference here is that the relevance for the time step B should be equal to minus NB. So here are our results. So we checked if there is a correlation between the computed relevance value and the true input number value. And what we found is that for early explanation method, we have 100% correlation. So that's good, except for some variant of the LLP rule for products. So basically, our method performed well. But then, when we look at subtraction, we find that only gradient times input and LLP all have a correlation of 100% for the first input number and minus 100% for the second input number. So we ask ourselves, why are the results so different? Although at first hand, it might seem that both tasks are similar or equivalent. And our insight here is that the addition toy task can be solved by a bag-of-words model, while the subtraction task is more complicated because the neural network has to remember which number are a first and which number are a second. So the order matter. So our takeaway from this experiment is that if one wants to design an experiment for evaluating a recurrent neural network explanation, care should be taken that the task is really sequential, because recurrent neural network are a specific kind of model that is intended to process sequential data. So in summary, our results, so LLP all is the only method that performs well in all our considered experiments: perturbation, addition, subtraction. It also performed well on another evaluation task that was proposed by Verna et al. At ACL from last year, where they use a subject-verb agreement experiment to evaluate explanation delivered by different, on different recurrent architecture, and they also find that LLP all perform very good. So just to broaden a bit the topic of what explanation can be used for, so relevance, of course, can be used to detect biases in models and datasets, but it can, some other people use it also in reinforcement modeling, for example, to redistribute rewards along the state action sequence. And in our previous work, we also used relevances to build sentence level or document level representation on top of word embedding, by linearly combining word embedding using the relevance as a weight. So in conclusion, LLP works on LSTM works well, but care should be taken to use the right rule for the product layer. We find out that some methods fail on a simple toy task, namely subtraction. Still, I think for the future, I think we need more evaluation tasks for relevance. And I think the application domain of relevance can also be extended. So in short, if you want more information about the LLP technique, you can check out the hitmapping.org website. We also have released our code. And there shall also advertise for an upcoming book on explainable AI, where we have also a chapter on explaining and interpreting LSTM. Thank you. By the way, I will release my slides so you can have them if you are interested. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. There is time for some questions.
Hi.
Ben Roth, Munich University. So you used input perturbation for evaluation methods,
Yeah.
but it can also be explanation methods.
Yeah.
And according to this setting, I guess like it would always come out as the best
Exactly,
method,
and this is why, but the interesting thing to note is that the LRP all method and CD perform almost as good as the occlusion method. But of course, occlusion is the best one, but they are really on the same level. But it's true that occlusion is like the right answer when you make a perturbation experiment. It will perform best. So, yeah.
So, but do you think like that's a problem with all automatic evaluation methods, that like input perturbation will always kind of artificially come out as the best, or is it really maybe the best explanation method?
I don't think that's the best explanation method because already we see on the subtraction it fails. But I think the problem is that in a real-world data set, you will never have the ground truth relevance. The only situation where you have a ground truth is when you build some synthetic task. So I think for evaluating, we can have a bunch of synthetic tasks where everything is controlled, and once we know which one is the best, we can apply it to real-world data and see what came out. But for real-world data, it's hard to have a true, to build an explanation, to build an evaluation, that has no drawbacks, so to say, except trying to make a perturbation experiment. But I mean, perturbation is done a lot. I mean, ablation study are done all the time, and it's like the same, but you do it in a hidden layer. And you can also say, can we really detect which neuron is important by just deleting them? Because there are interaction between different neurons in the layer and stuff like that. So it's just a proxy, but because you cannot do best for evaluating.
Thanks.
Maybe before we move to the next speaker, I'd like also to ask a question myself. So you point out that that many of these methods that try to really basically backtrack, follow the neural architecture to understand what they're doing, which I really like because, well, as the previous speaker would maybe say it's faithful. But you also point out there is one point where they differ because it's kind of a difficult point, which is when there are multiplicative operations.
Yeah.
So I was wondering what is the reason that you think that assigning everything to the hidden layer or to the hidden activation as opposed to redistributing in some way between the gate and the hidden layer is better?
You want me to explain why some product rules perform best than others, or?
So why do you prefer that one over another way of redistributing?
Yeah, the LRP all variant, it's like inspired by the motivation that are behind the LSTM architecture, that gates should not process the input, they should just decide how things are flowing. So it's like an intuitive way of redistributing, but mathematically it's not maybe well justified, and maybe there are also other rules that were not tested here that can be better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dennis Ulmer, who will be talking about the realization of compositionality in neural networks.
So, thank you and welcome to my talk on the realization of compositionality in neural networks. I'm Dennis Ulmer, this guy in orange here, and the talk is based on the paper of the same name, which was produced by all these people that you see here. And I want to start off by defining one of the basic concepts that I'm using in this presentation, compositionality, and for this reason I brought you an example. So you see those two warning signs here. Warning you of cows and falling rocks. I'm going to actually show you a third sign, and I want you to guess what the meaning of this third sign actually is. And if you're human like me, then you probably inferred that this warning sign is indeed warning you of falling cows. But the question is, why are we humans actually able to do this? Because we never seen the sign before. We only saw the two signs prior to this. And the reason for this is compositionality, which is also sometimes referred to as Frege's principle after the philosopher, meaning that you can make up the meaning of a complex expression by the meaning of the atomic units and using some sort of combination rule. And this is actually really cool because while neural nets are very powerful, they rely on memorization. What I mean by this is that, for example, if you were to train a CNN on recognizing these warning signs, in order to recognize the third sign, we would most likely have to show a lot of instances of the sign in certain lighting conditions. But if we were able to only show the first two signs and then have it to generalize, then we can generally improve the ability to model to generalize to new unseen examples and make learning much more efficient. And I want to now talk a little bit about putting this concept into the context of sequence-to-sequence modeling. And first of all, we need a task for this purpose. And one of such tasks is the lookup table task by Lilja, where you have lookup tables which are essentially functions that map one binary string to another binary string. And then you can have different lookup tables which have different mappings defined between those binary strings. And you can ask a neural network to try to predict the outcomes, but it's not super interesting. What's more interesting is then having a neural network try to predict the output of a composition of these functions. And this is especially helpful because if a model has only seen, for example, here the lookup table T4 and T5 during training, but has never seen the composition before, and if you then test the neural network for this composition and it's able to solve it correctly, then it's a sign that this network is indeed compositional. And the same paper performed a study to see if you just train some sequence-to-sequence models, some RNNs, what percentage of RNNs actually achieve these solutions. And the result was that actually very few of these networks are able to achieve these solutions, which are kind of hidden in this very long tail here. And they had to train a lot of models for this. And of course, training 50,000 models to achieve these solutions is not very efficient. So we'd like to get there in a more consistent and efficient manner. And one such model which is actually able to achieve these compositional solutions is attentive guidance by Hupkes et al. And essentially, it doesn't really modify the architecture of the model. It just adds an additional loss term to the attention mechanism of the sequence-to-sequence architecture. And it basically looks like this. So we have a reference pattern on the left, which shows you which input token the decoder should attend to during decoding at a certain time step. And then we have the attention weights that are produced by the model during testing or training on the right, and then we penalize the difference between those two. And intuitively, you can think of this like assembling a Lego set. Because if you assemble a Lego set, they don't show you just the finished set in the manual and wish you good luck. They show you you perform this step, you perform this step, and in the end, you arrive at the finished set. And I should emphasize that while we provide these reference patterns during training, actually during testing, these two models are completely the same, and we don't provide these patterns anymore. And in the end, you basically arrive at this architecture here with a recurrent encoder and decoder. You have a multi-layer perceptron-based attention mechanism, and on the bottom left, you see what I just explained, basically this additional loss term penalizing any deviation from some attention target pattern. And now we want to train these two different model variants on the set task that I introduced earlier. And what we find is this. So I'm not going to go into too much detail at this point about what these different sets are. The takeaway from this plot is that the guided attention model outperforms the baseline on all of these test sets and often even achieves perfect accuracy. So that's actually quite remarkable. But we have to ask now, what's the difference between those two models, except for the fact that we trained them in a different manner, but in what way are they differently realized? And for this, we're going to take a deeper dive, following the spirit of this workshop, into the inner workings of the models. And I want to make a quick remark that I'm showing only parts of GMU models here because we found that the things that we explored are very similar for LSTMs. And I also want to emphasize that while I gave you the source of the plots, that these trends can usually be seen throughout many components of the model. So first of all, we can, for example, visualize the weights. And if you take an entry of a weight matrix as the strength between two neurons, you can actually produce these very beautiful graphs where we omitted like some weaker connections and we only plot the strongest connections with stronger colors corresponding to stronger connections. And what is immediately apparent is that for the attentive guidance model, it relies much more on like fewer neurons with much stronger connections, where you can see that the weights seem to be much more distributed in the case of the baseline. Then furthermore, we can produce these plots here. So to give you a little bit of intuition about how to read this, every box in these box and whiskers plots corresponds to one neuron we randomly sampled from some component of the model. And then we track this neuron during testing and basically track which kind of output values it outputs. And then we plot these distributions. And we can also see like a pretty stark difference here, where for the baseline, most of these activation distributions are actually centered around 0, while we have some neurons in our attentive guidance model which only output activations in the negative or positive spectrum. So it's also a pretty stark difference. And then lastly, I want to work with these saturation plots for the gate activations, which are a little bit tricky to interpret. So I'm also trying to give you the broad intuition behind those. So you have every dot in these plots representing a neuron. And having these dots pushed to the side basically means that during testing, in the majority of time, these neurons, to stay in the gate metaphor, are either open or closed. So you can see here a much more selective behavior of neurons in the gates when processing inputs. So now we have shown some signs that these models basically behave very differently. And this might be some sort of sign for some sort of spatialization, where certain neurons maybe are specializing to certain inputs, and we want to test this. And we want to find out that whether we can detect such specialization and whether we can even go one step further and whether we can identify neurons that are responsible to specifying to certain input tokens. And a very handy method that probably a lot of you are familiar with is this diagnostic classification used by Hupkes et al., or also from in the paper that I pulled this figure from and which I modified. But for those of you who are not familiar with this methodology, you basically use the activations of a network as input to a classifier. In this case, we collect all the activations from, for example, the second time step of a model during testing, and then we try to classify whether some input token occurred during this time step or not. In this case, actually, also it should be T1, not 001. But if you get now a high accuracy using this classifier, that means that the classifier is able to pick up on some features in the activations and that actually some neurons seem to respond only to this specific input. And because it's a linear classifier, this is also very convenient because then we can also just look at the absolute weights and we can determine which neurons are responsible for this prediction. And if we select those, we obtain something we call the functional groups, which are specialized to process some sort of input. So if we now use this methodology, we can apply this diagnostic classification to different sort of activations. So for example, here we have the hidden activation of the decoder and some gate activations of the decoder. And if we use the baseline, we can see that we get some decent accuracy for the hidden activations, but it's less clear how the information is encoded in the gate activations. And then we do a second thing, which you can see in the parentheses, where we start with an empty set, and then we add the strongest neurons, or like the most prevalent neurons, to the set until we reach some target threshold, and then measure the accuracy and count the number of units needed. So this is our way to kind of isolate those functional groups. And you can also see here that for the baseline, we need quite a few, and we don't really improve on the accuracies of the gate activations. But now to contrast this with attentive guidance, here we have a totally different picture. So we now see that we find a specialized neuron not only in the hidden activations, but also in the gates, and we need way fewer neurons for this. So like basically half in the case of the gates and only, for example, 2 in the case of the hidden activations of the encoder. So we now saw that attentive guidance reaches a high accuracy by having specialized neurons. In the paper, you can also see this for the embeddings. We saw it here for the weights, for the gates. And that we could also identify some small groups of neurons which are specialized to some very specific input. And also we show in the paper that if you do some pruning experiments and you only take the neurons that are the most highly connected, that you can already solve the task quite sufficiently, which is also very interesting to note. And this leaves off with some further questions. So the first question being, why are so many neurons actually not needed, and why is this task seemingly solved by so few neurons that are kind of specialized in a certain way. And you can, for example, connect this to also like the lottery ticket hypothesis paper, which found exactly this for other tasks. And then also how to achieve this effect without attentive guidance. And we can think of this as kind of like an inductive bias. So the way we design the training or architecture biases the model to find certain solutions. And we would like to find other bias to achieve similar kind of solutions. Because also during the poster session, you might have seen a follow-up paper to this. But our ultimate goal is basically to go from the control data set of the table lookup task to some natural data, like, for example, in MT. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to receive some questions.
Thank you, Dennis. I'm seeing some people walking, so
Hi, Marco Baroni for ICREA. Very nice work. So related to sort of like these last points you were making, you say that sometimes the networks become compositional by chance.
Yeah.
Have you also done this sort of analysis to these networks that become compositional by chance, and do they also have this kind of sparsity property? Because then maybe we could get more compositionality by enforcing something of the sort without the need of supervision or attention.
Thank you. In this work, we focus on the analysis of our attentive guidance models, but indeed I think it would also make sense to look at the ones that were randomly found these solutions and see what kind of properties they possess.
if you still have them, maybe you can pass them to us, because we cannot run 50K experiments, but if you can find these models somewhere, I think it would be great to run these experiments.
Jonathan Bellinkov, Harvard. I actually had the same question, but a related question is, do you see some implications for model compression? You kind of alluded to that. It depends on the random initialization, but since your method seems to not depend on that, maybe it can be useful for compressing models?
That's like a question, I think, between the relationship between compositionality and this kind of sparsity. And I think that maybe in this case we achieved sparsity via this training method. But yeah, it's still an open question how to apply this to more natural data. And it's, I can't tell at this point whether a similar training method would also result in more sparse networks. But I think that would be actually the end goal to have, because I feel like in a lot of modern neural networks, they work, but it seems that they are also heavily over-parameterized.
A question on the inductive bias front. Do you feel that just fairly like conventional RNNs have some inductive bias towards this kind of compositionality without the attentive guidance, or do you think that it needs to be deliberately incorporated otherwise?
So the paper I'm citing here, so this actually more like a position paper on graph convolution networks, but I also say that actually RNNs have an inductive bias because they're kind of temporal invariant, which is why I think they're most useful for modeling a language. In this case, I think they carry some inductive bias, but if you look at the results of our experiments, apparently that wasn't enough to solve the table lookup tasks completely for the baseline, and we needed to have some sort of addition to the training regime to achieve this.
Thanks.
I see someone lingering a bit. Is there a last question? Yes.
Hi, Jelle Zuidema, Amsterdam. So I think it's cool that the exact same network sort of behaves very differently given that depending on the training regime, and that you can reveal what's going on inside. So I'm just wondering whether your methods can also track how those differences come about over training time. So do you see, for instance, sort of the models trained with attentive guidance gradually build up, sort of discovering some aspects of the compositional structure, or does it all come in one go? Can you analyze the sort of the training process in that much detail?
So we only applied these methods to the already finished models. I think it would be straightforward to extend this also to maybe apply these methods to some snapshots of the models during training, but it's unfortunately not included in our work. Thank you.
Let's thank Dennis again. The next speaker is Xiang Yu. He will also be talking about experiments with artificial languages and attention-based sequence-to-sequence models. So I welcome him to talk about learning the Dike language with attention-based sec-to-sec models.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Yu Xiang from the University of Stuttgart. Today I would like to share with you some simple analysis we did on attention-based sequence-to-sequence model to learn the Dike language, which is a representative of context-free language. So as we all know, sequence-to-sequence model have been widely used in many NLP tasks, for example, machine translation, dialogue system, etc. But somewhat surprisingly, it's also used for parsing because the parsing output is supposed to be a tree structure or a graph structure, but in this pioneer work, they essentially use a sequence-to-sequence model to produce a linearized tree as the output. And also there are a lot of following work, basically follow their ideas. But we would like to ask a question, is there really the proper way to model syntax just with a sequence? So there have been a lot of analysis work on recurrent neural networks to learn syntactic phenomena in natural language. But the problem with natural language is that the recursion in natural language is rather very shallow, so very limited. And also it's really difficult to separate the structural information from the contextual information because they're really quite well correlated. I call them problem. It's just they're problem for analysis, but they're in terms of communication, of course, they are feature, not bug. Right, so for this purpose, we want to construct a synthetic data set with arbitrarily deep recursion so that we can test the model's ability to understand structure rather than just capturing the context. Right, so this, the particular language we are using is called the generalized Dike language, which basically consists of strings with well-nested bracket pairs of different pairs, different types. So the grammar of it is really simple. So is here a Dike word. It can be concatenation of two Dike words, or it could be a Dike word surrounded by open and a closing bracket, or just an empty string. So following are just a positive and a negative example of the language. So this generalized Dike language is conceptually really simple because, as you can see, the grammar is even shorter than the name of the language. But it's theoretically very powerful because according to Chomsky and the Schutzenberger representation theorem, it can be used when combined with regular language and homomorphism transformation. It can be used to represent all possible context-free languages. So in other words, if we have a model which can handle the Dike language, then theoretically we can also handle any context-free languages. So our work is not the first one to test that on the Dike language. So last year there are a couple of papers doing that, including 2 papers from the same workshop. But in those works, they mostly use some kind of classification task. So basically, if we are given a prefix of a Dike word, so the red string here, the task is to predict what is the next valid closing bracket. So there are some limitations about this analysis. So first, the model they're testing is not really powerful enough. It's just they're trying to squeeze all the information of a sequence into one vector using the recurrent neural networks. Also, the task itself is not really challenging enough because it just predicts what is the next possible symbol. Imagine if you are a very sneaky model, you could probably think of other ways, other shortcuts to get the correct answer without really knowing the underlying syntax. Right. So to improve upon that, so in our paper, first we use a sequence-to-sequence model with attention, so we don't squeeze everything in one vector, but rather we use a vector to represent each symbol, and then we use attention to retrieve the relevant input symbol to make the prediction. Also, we make the task much more difficult, so instead of predicting just the next one, we predict the full sequence, so that if model the model really have to know the syntax well to solve this task, or for example, by emulating a push-down automaton. Right, now just a recap on the task. So if we are given a DAG prefix, so the classification task predicts what's the next valid closing bracket, and the completion task predicts what a sequence of closing brackets until the prefix is balanced. And the final symbol is just the end of sequence. So then we generate a bunch of DAG prefix as the training and test data. So we use two types of brackets. We could, of course, use more, but it doesn't change much. We also then the length of the prefix are up to 100. And in total, we generate 1 million such instances, which is only a tiny fraction of all possible DAG words, but it's more than enough to train the model. Right. And then we have some models to test on this data set. So in this presentation, I'm only showing 2 of them. So the first one is a symbol classification model, which uses RNN encoder and then just a multi-layer perceptron on top of it to predict what's the next symbol. And a sequence-to-sequence model with attention, you all know how it works. Right. So for the experiment set, because we want to test how well the model generalizes, so we have 2 experiment settings. One is the in-domain scenario, and the other one is the out-of-domain scenario. For the in-domain scenario, we just randomly split the data into training and test set, so they roughly have the same distribution of recursion depth. We also have other ways to split the data according to different properties of recursion, but in this presentation, I'm only going to show the one about recursion depth. So we also have the out-of-domain setting, where we first sort the data by the maximum depths of each sequence, and then we only use the shallow ones for training and use the deep ones for testing. So basically, the test data could be 3 times deeper than the maximum depths of the training set. So here are the results for the classification tasks. So there are 2 rows. The first one is the classifier. The second one is the sequence model. Left is the in-domain experiment. Right is out-of-domain experiment. The blue dots are the training error of different recursion depths, and the red dots are the test error. So as you can see, the classifier model works okay-ish, and it in terms of generalization, it's also not too bad, but again, this is only the recursion depth I'm showing. In some other properties, it could work much worse, but in any case, the sequence-to-sequence model with attention always have very perfect in-domain result, and for out-of-domain, even when the depth is 2 times, 3 times deeper than the training depth, it's still quite good. So does that mean we have success in generalization? Remember, what I just showed is only the classification task, namely to predict the next symbol. So how does it look like when we're predicting the full sequence? So again, this is the next symbol prediction. And when we predict the full sequence to look at the exact match rate, it's a giant failure. So it doesn't generalize at all. Of course, we are wondering what went wrong here. So to figure it out, so we visualize the attention alignment of the input and output. So we train a model with the maximum depth of 10 and test it on sequence with a depth of 10 and 20, which is the in-domain and out-of-domain setting. So here's the attention alignment for the in-domain setting. So the rows from top down are the input, and the columns from left to right are the output. So here in the in-domain setting, we have perfect alignment, and we also have correct output. But if we look at the out-of-domain setting, the first couple of steps, the alignment is quite good, the output are also correct, but once we are beyond the depth that we have seen before, then the attention gets suddenly very blurry and it just jumps to finish, so that we don't have an exact match. But if you just look at the first symbol it generates, it's always correct. So if we are using the predicting next symbol task to test whether the model generalizes, we get this plot that it works pretty well, but if we look at the full sequence generation, then it fails really badly. So basically, it's the fault of the attention mechanism. It doesn't really generalize. Right. So that brings us to the conclusion. When we design a task to test whether the model is, can really generalize, we have to be really careful not to be tricked by the trivial tasks. So in the tasks that we choose, we show that the attention-based sequence model can learn context-free language pretty well. We are within the trained recursion depths, but once it's beyond that depth, it doesn't generalize to deeper recursions. But nevertheless, the sequence-to-sequence model is probably still a good approximation of NLP tasks because, as I said before, in natural language, the recursion is rather limited normally. That concludes the talk, but I have one more thing to share since we were talking about encoding and decoding. So in this year's registration, we could write our nickname here. So I decided to put my the Chinese character and the IPA transcription of my name there. And it turns out really wildly in the badge. So basically, it's just a gentle reminder that we should also pay attention to encoding and decoding, even if it's not a tree structure. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one or two questions, but before everyone runs out, I also wanted to say that after this was the last talk, and we will have time for lunch after this, and we will reconvene again at 2 o'clock with our second keynote talk by Michael Bonner.
Thank you. This is interesting, but I just wanted to point out that natural languages are probably context-free or mildly context-sensitive, but they don't allow the full range of context-free constructions. We know that they are endocentric, and we know that they have limited recursion. So it's a much more limited subset of context-free languages. So in a way, that's a subset you want to model, not the full set of context-free languages.
Yeah, so in this work, we basically mostly want to see whether the sequence-to-sequence model is able to model like the full capacity of context-free languages. So we're not really focusing on the natural language.
So thank you for this talk. I was just wondering, how are you computing the loss for the completion task? Because there's a trivial strategy, right, where if you just reverse like the last 10 symbols of the string, you get like a good approximation of the completion task. So I was just wondering, like, if that kind of strategy is allowed by your loss function or not.
Sorry, could you repeat again?
So like when you compute the loss for the completion task, like is there any difference, is there a big difference between like getting 90% of it correct and getting 100% of it correct?
is there a difference between 90% correct and, okay, so the way I train the sequence model is pretty standard teacher forcing training strategy, right?
Okay, yeah, I was just pointing out there's like a trivial approximation to the completion task that doesn't generalize. So.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's thank Xiang again. Have a good lunch, everyone, and we'll see you back here at 2.
So hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're ready to start our afternoon session. Our first speaker in this afternoon is going to be our second invited talk, Mick Bonner. Mick just started as an assistant professor in the Department of Cognitive Science at Johns Hopkins University, a department that I can't speak highly enough of. He got his PhD at the University of Pennsylvania and then worked there for a few years as a postdoc before joining Hopkins. In his PhD, he worked a little bit on, or mostly even on language, but then his interests shifted to vision, but he still has a lot of interesting language aspects to his research. And there are two reasons why I'm excited for this talk. One reason is that Mick does very rigorous computational cognitive neuroscience, so I think that the techniques that people use in that field to understand the relationship between brain data, which are large vectors that are supposed to represent something, and the thing that they're supposed to represent, those tools are a lot more advanced in cognitive neuroscience than in our field, and that's why I'm excited to hear about the tools that he's using. And the other one is that the field or domain that he works on, vision, is also, I think, we have a lot to learn from the way that people analyze neural networks in vision and apply some of those ideas to language. So I hope you're all as excited as I am, and to welcome Mick to the stage.
Okay, thank you so much. Really excited to be presenting here. So as Tal just mentioned, I'm going to be discussing work that examines the neural and computational basis of human vision. But I think you'll see some interesting overlaps with some of the types of approaches and techniques that are being used and discussed here. Okay, so the overarching goal of the work that I do is to understand how the human visual system computes the behaviorally relevant properties of the natural sensory environment. So for example, how do we do things like recognize where we are in the world, or identify the kind of environment that we're looking at? How do we recognize objects and people? And also, how do we do things like identify the kinds of actions that are afforded by our surroundings? For example, where we could navigate in local space. And to understand how the human visual system solves these problems, my work brings together three different approaches to the study of cortical information processing. So the first component of this work uses neuroimaging, mostly fMRI, to understand how the human brain represents the visual environment. So what information is encoded in patterns of brain activity, and what regions of the brain are involved. And then the second component of this work uses computational modeling to develop fully quantitative theories of how the brain computes its representations. So how does the brain take sensory inputs and generate representations that make behaviorally relevant information explicit? And the third component of this work uses quantitative modeling to characterize the statistical structure of the visual environment. In other words, what statistical regularities are available for the brain to make use of, and how is this information reflected in cortical representations? And my work really places a strong emphasis on techniques that integrate these areas of research with the goal of generating rich theoretical models and descriptions of visual information processing in the human brain. So for the talk today, I'm going to present three different lines of work that examine the neural and computational basis of natural scene perception. Now in the first part of the talk, I'll present fMRI work that examines a cortical mechanism for identifying the layout of navigational pathways in a scene. And in the second part of the talk, I'll present theoretical work that identifies a candidate computational model of navigational representations using a deep convolutional neural network. And then I'll end by discussing a more recent project that examines how the human visual system may utilize the statistical regularities of object co-occurrence in the environment to make sense of natural scenes. All right, so let's get into the first set of fMRI experiments. Now, I want to start with the observation that whenever we view a scene, our brains automatically extract information from the environment that's useful for planning our behaviors. So, for example, maybe you find yourself in a place like this, and you want to go check out the hunting and fishing supplies. Or maybe you want to stop by the cafe and get yourself a milkshake. Or maybe you just want to get the hell out of here. Right? Whatever it is that you want to do, one of the first things that you're going to need to figure out is where you could navigate in this space. In fact, navigating is one of the most common behaviors that we engage in natural environments, but we know surprisingly little about how the brain identifies the navigational properties of visual scenes. And so I'm going to tell you about a set of experiments that we conducted to address this problem. All right, so the question that we set out to answer in these experiments is the following. How does the brain extract the navigational affordances of visual scenes? So first, let's define what I mean by this term, navigational affordance. So these are properties of visual scenes that define our options for navigating through local space. In other words, these are the features that allow us to identify where we could navigate in a scene. And this idea is inspired by the classic theoretical work of the psychologist James Gibson, who argued that perceptual systems are optimized for processing environmental features that afford our natural behaviors. And in fact, in one of his early papers on this topic, he discussed the affordances of the visual environment for navigating animals. And he argued that the identification of pathways and barriers is a central component of spatial perception, and that this process allowed navigating animals to routinely identify the possibilities of the surrounding environment for locomotion. Okay, so Gibson's ideas on affordances have inspired a long line of work on the perception of objects. And this work has shown that observers routinely process the visuospatial and motor information associated with common object actions. Now, here's an example of this. This is just one of many examples illustrating this idea. This is a study where people were asked to indicate whether the stimuli they were viewing were upright or inverted. And they would have to respond on some trials with their right hand, on some trials with their left hand. And what they found is that if they were responding with a hand that aligned with the graspable orientation of the object, they were faster and more accurate than if the response hand was not aligned to the grasp orientation of the object. So notice that the task has nothing to do with grasping the object, right? So this suggests that this grasp-related information is automatically elicited in the course of perceiving these objects, even when it's not immediately task relevant. Okay, so what about the affordance properties of spatial scenes? So actually there's been surprisingly little work on this question. One thing that we do know from some behavioral work on this is that subjects can very rapidly determine whether or not a scene is navigable. And in fact, subjects can identify navigability after seeing a scene for just tens of milliseconds. In contrast, it takes a substantially longer amount of time to identify the semantic category of scenes. So this suggests that the visual information that defines overall navigability is rapidly extracted in the course of scene processing. Okay, but what about more fine-grained spatial information related to where we could navigate in a scene? So no previous studies had examined this issue, so it was unknown whether navigational affordances were a fundamental component of scene perception, and if so, what brain systems might be involved. Now, a logical place that we might expect to find these representations is in one of the three high-level regions of visual cortex that are strongly associated with the processing of scenes. And these regions are known as the parahippocampal place area, or PPA, the retrosplenial complex, or RSC, and the occipital place area, or OPA. These areas were originally discovered in the 90s, and they're everybody has these in their brain. It's very easy to find them. You just show some images of spatial environments and you compare them to nearly any other category of visual stimuli like objects or faces or pictures of bodies. And what you're going to find is that there's a stronger response to spatial environments. And we're still trying to work out exactly what it is about spatial environments that they encode, but we know that they are doing something related to the processing of spatial scenes. So they're referred to as scene-selective regions of visual cortex. Now, to test our hypothesis, we designed two fMRI experiments, one using natural images and another using a set of artificially rendered scenes. Now, on the first experiment that I'm going to discuss, we had subjects view a large set for an fMRI study of complex natural scenes. And here I'm just showing some example stimuli from this study. And all of the images were eye-level photos with clear of indoor environments that have clear navigational paths leading out from the bottom of the image. All right, now how do we identify the navigational affordances of these scenes? How do we quantify these representations? Well, the way we did this was to ask a set of independent raters who did not participate in the fMRI experiment to draw the paths that they would take to walk through the scene, starting from the bottom center of the image. And what we get from this is a heat map of the common navigational trajectories through each scene. Now, how do we convert these data into features that we can use to test for the coding of navigational affordances in the brain? So one intuitive way that you could think about navigational affordances is as a set of potential trajectories along a range of angles in front of us. Now, on the map I'm showing, on the right I'm showing a map of angular bins radiating from the bottom center of the image. Now, for you to imagine applying this angular map to the space of our image, what we can do is extract a histogram of the potential navigational trajectories along all of these angles. This histogram can serve as a sort of summary representation of the basic navigational affordance structure of this scene. It indicates where we could potentially move along a range of angles in front of us. Now, once we've extracted these representations, we can then perform pairwise comparisons of our stimuli to create a model dissimilarity matrix. And the reason that we're doing this is that we're going to use a technique known as representational similarity analysis, which I'll get to in just a minute. But for now, the important point is just that by doing this, we can create by doing all pairwise comparisons of our stimuli, we can create a matrix that captures, sort of summarizes the navigational similarity of the 50 natural scene images that were used in this study. Right, so in this matrix, the scenes at the top tend to have paths on the right, scenes in the middle have paths in the center, and scenes at the bottom have paths to the left, and then there are in between various mixtures of paths to the left, center, and right. So we explicitly selected our stimuli for this study to control for models of low-level vision and spatial attention. I'm not going to get into the details of this here. All right, so we presented these stimuli to subjects in an fMRI experiment, and we asked them to do a task that was unrelated to navigation. They just had to respond when they saw a scene from a specific semantic category. And the fMRI data collected in this experiment, they reflect changes in blood oxygenation levels that are tightly linked to local neural activity. And the way that we analyze these data is using a technique known as representational similarity analysis. So this is a method for characterizing the information contained in patterns of brain activity, or really any type of representational pattern. All right, so to do this, we focus on a region of interest in the fMRI data, or what I'll sometimes call an ROI. And we extract the spatial pattern of fMRI activity in this ROI for every condition in our experiment. And then using these activity patterns, we can perform pairwise comparisons and construct a model of how similar these conditions are within the activity space of our region of interest. All right, so once we do this for all possible comparisons, we get this dissimilarity matrix that summarizes the distinctions that this brain region makes between the conditions in our experiment. And the thing that's useful about this, the reason that we're representing the data in this way, is that we can just as easily do this for any model that we want to compare the data to, regardless of its dimensionality. And we don't have to do any parameter fitting. And then what we can do is we simply compare these representational dissimilarity matrices to see how similar they are to one another. Do they contain similar information about the stimulus conditions? And I already showed you how we did this for our affordance model. And so what we're going to do here is compare this navigational affordance model to the representations in a set of visual regions of interest. So regions from the visual system of the human brain. And specifically, we're going to look at the 3 scene-selective areas that I introduced earlier, the parahippocampal place area, PPA, the occipital place area, OPA, and the retrosplenial complex, the RSC. And then sort of as a control region, we're also going to look at a low-level region of visual cortex known as early visual cortex, where we do not expect to see representations of navigational affordances. Okay, so here's what we find. This plot shows the correlation of the model and neural dissimilarity matrices in each region. And what we see is evidence for the coding of navigational affordances in 2 regions of scene-selective visual cortex, known as the occipital place area and the parahippocampal place area. And I just want to point out here, if you're maybe not used to looking at neuroscience data, our results tend to be a lot smaller than you get in like when you're reporting engineering results. So actually, like in the OPA, the green bar there, we're at the noise ceiling for that region. We're explaining pretty much as much variance as you could expect to explain, given how much variance there is from trial to trial in the experiment. All right, so what this means is that when subjects view images of real-world scenes, the responses in scene-selective visual cortex appear to automatically encode the navigational affordances of the local visual environment, providing explicit information about the layout of navigational pathways in a scene. And I'm not going to get into this in the interest of time, but I'm just going to briefly mention that we also conducted a complementary experiment using a very tightly controlled set of artificially rendered scenes in which we controlled the sort of coarse scale spatial geometry of the environments based on where the walls and the floor are, and we made very fine-grained manipulations of navigability by placing open doorways in different locations. And the summary here is that we replicate the main finding from our other experiment showing that the OPA contains information about where you can navigate in these artificial scenes. Okay, so what we found across these 2 fMRI experiments using both tightly controlled artificial stimuli and also complex natural scenes is that navigational affordances are encoded in a region of scene-selective visual cortex known as the occipital place area. And interestingly, from a neuroscience perspective, the OPA is located in a processing pathway known as the dorsal stream, which is classically associated with visually guided movements and visually guided actions. And we also learned that the coding of navigational affordances in the OPA is not solely driven by the coarse geometric shape of the local environment, which is known to be a strong orienting cue in spatial perception. And instead, these representations appear to reflect more fine-grained information about the layout of navigational pathways in a scene. We also learned that these affordance features appear to be encoded automatically during scene perception, even when subjects are not engaged in a navigational task. They're just viewing these stimuli and performing a task that's completely unrelated to navigation. Okay, so the findings from these fMRI experiments provide insights into visual cortex at the level of its representations. Right, so that is the information encoded in its stimulus-driven responses. But an equally important question for any theory of a sensory function is to understand how its representations can be computed from sensory inputs. And that's what I'm going to address in the second part of this talk. Now, in the study of vision, neuroscientists have long appreciated the importance of developing explicit theories of sensory computation. And one of the early concepts to come out of this endeavor was an understanding that any accurate model of visual cortex would need to account for the hierarchical nature of its computations, in which sensory signals are combined into increasingly complex representations. And in fact, the development of hierarchical models of visual cortex marked a major technical and theoretical advance for computational neuroscience, and it has continued to have a lasting impact in both neuroscience and computer vision. But as these hierarchical models have grown in complexity, one thing that neuroscientists have struggled with is figuring out how to set their many parameters. And one way in which the field has begun to grapple with this challenge is through a class of computational models known as convolutional neural networks, which I'll refer to here as CNNs. Now, the architecture and basic operations of these models are based on well-known properties of the primate visual system. And in fact, these models build on many of the key concepts to come out of the visual neuroscience literature. And the main thing that differentiates these models from previous work is how their parameters are set. Now, rather than setting them manually or trying to fit them to neural data, they are set through supervised learning to perform a computer vision task. And the benefit of this approach is that there are now large-scale data sets available for training on computer vision tasks. Now, in contrast, if we tried to fit these models directly to neural data, we might have thousands to tens of thousands of experimental trials at best, and in which case the models would be overfit to this small training set. But luckily for neuroscientists, it turns out that these models have been after these models have been trained on ethologically relevant tests, such as object recognition or scene recognition, they end up being remarkably good at predicting the stimulus-evoked responses of visual cortex. And that's true throughout much of the visual system, from early regions like V1 up to higher level areas involved in object recognition like the inferior temporal cortex or IT, shown here. And in fact, this work has yielded a major advance in computational neuroscience for our ability to explain the stimulus-evoked responses of visual cortex using purely quantitative models. Now, there is a very important caveat to keep in mind for these models, which is that they were not expressly designed for the purpose of testing biological or computational theories of human vision. They were designed to perform feats of computer vision like object or scene recognition. And as a result of this, we have only a shallow understanding of how the internal operations of these models work and what kinds of internal representations they give rise to. And furthermore, the key factors that account for their success in explaining cortical responses remain largely unknown. So nonetheless, besides the fact that these things are so confusing and we don't know what's going on inside them, we do have to keep in mind that the fact that they do such a good job at explaining visual cortex suggests that they've learned something informative about visual information processing that can be useful for visual neuroscientists. All right, so how do we make use of these models to advance our understanding of visual cortex? So I'm going to tell you about an approach that we use for analyzing a CNN to gain insights into how visual cortex might compute the navigational affordances of natural scenes. All right, so we first set out to test the hypothesis that affordance features could be rapidly extracted through a small set of purely feed-forward computations. This was motivated by fMRI findings, which showed that affordance representations were automatically elicited during scene perception, meaning that they could be decoded from visual cortex even when subjects were not actively engaged in a navigational task. And there are many basic properties of visual scenes that seem to be encoded in the first feed-forward sweep through the cortical hierarchy. And we just wanted to test the plausibility that this might be one of them. So to test this hypothesis, we examined a convolutional neural network model with a feed-forward architecture. And specifically, we examined a model that was previously trained for the task of scene recognition or scene classification. And other work has shown that this exact model that we're looking at here is highly predictive of MEG and fMRI responses to natural scenes. And even though this model was not trained to perform a spatial task, there's also evidence that it could be used to extract some of the coarse spatial properties of scenes, such as the overall size of a scene. So here we tested whether this model contained more fine-grained information that could be used to decode the navigational affordances of these scenes. And to do this, we ran the stimuli from our fMRI study through this model and generated dissimilarity matrices for each layer of the model, which allowed us to use the same representational similarity analysis approach that I introduced earlier. Okay, so the key question that we want to answer here is, can this computational model account for the affordance representations of visual cortex? And the way to answer this is by using a technique known as variance partitioning. And specifically, what we want to do is calculate the percentage of explained variance of our navigational affordance model that is shared with the explained variance of the CNN. So you can think of this as the degree to which the affordance-related effects in our fMRI data can be explained by our computational model. And what we find is that indeed the CNN accounts for a substantial portion of the affordance-related responses in scene-selective visual cortex. In particular, layer 5 of the CNN accounts for over half of the shared variance between the OPA and our navigational affordance model. And remember, the OPA is a region of scene-selective visual cortex where we found our effects in our fMRI experiment. All right, so what does this finding tell us? Well, it demonstrates that it's possible to model the affordance representations of scene-selective cortex using a small set of purely feed-forward computations that operate on image inputs. And we can also learn something by looking at the pattern of effects across the layers of this model. So notice that the affordance information appears to arise gradually over the early layers, peaking at the highest convolutional layer, layer 5. So this suggests that navigational affordances reflect mid to high-level visual features that require several stages of nonlinear transformations. And this aligns nicely with the findings from our fMRI data, in which we found that navigational affordances could be detected in the representations of mid to high-level visual cortex, but not in lower-level visual regions like EVC. All right, so what this tells us is that the CNN can serve as a candidate computational model of navigational affordance representations in visual cortex. But this is only the first step towards understanding how these computations are carried out. In fact, the CNN that we've examined here is highly complex, and many of its internal operations remain poorly understood. So what else can we learn from this computational model? Can we dig in and find out a little bit more about what accounts for its success in these analyses? Okay, so one of the major strengths of the CNN is that it's image computable, meaning that we can generate its representations for any image inputs. So here I took advantage of this to identify classes of visual inputs that were critical for computing affordance-related visual features. All right, so how do we do this? Well, I took our experimental stimuli and created filtered versions of these images to remove or isolate specific visual inputs. For example, we can create grayscale images to remove color information, which we predict to be largely unimportant for computing affordance-related features. Now we feed both versions of these stimuli through the CNN and generate dissimilarity matrices. And we then use variance partitioning to determine how much of the explained variance of the CNN can be accounted for by these filtered inputs. How much of it is retained by these filtered inputs? Right? In other words, you can think of this as sort of, are these inputs sufficient for explaining the affordance-related representations that I showed you previously? Now, for example, when we do this using grayscale images, we find that color information is largely unimportant. In fact, grayscale information accounts for over 70% of the shared variance between the CNN and the navigational affordance model, and it accounts for nearly all of the explained variance between the CNN and the OPA. Thus, the features of the CNN that are predictive of affordances and OPA representations are largely invariant to color information. Okay, we use this technique to examine the role of several classes of visual inputs. We first created versions of our stimuli that contained only high spatial frequencies or low spatial frequencies. And this was motivated by previous fMRI findings showing that high spatial frequencies seem to drive the responses in scene-selective visual cortex. In fact, it's been argued that this may be the thing that scene-selective cortex ultimately cares about is high spatial frequencies. All right, so these analyses showed that both navigational affordances and the responses of the OPA are disproportionately accounted for by high spatial frequencies compared to low spatial frequencies. We then ran the same analyses with inputs that emphasize contours at cardinal orientations, that is horizontal and vertical. And we compared this to oblique orientations. And this was also motivated by previous fMRI findings showing that scene-selective cortex is particularly sensitive to contours at cardinal orientations, another example of a low-level property of images that's been thought to explain the responses of scene-selective visual cortex. And what we found from this is a similar pattern of results, in which cardinal orientations account for a greater proportion of the variance than oblique orientations. Okay, so what these analyses tell us is that the computation of affordance-related features in the CNN relies heavily on inputs at high spatial frequencies and cardinal orientations, which may be particularly important for computing the spatial structure of the visual environment. And more broadly, these analyses demonstrate a general purpose approach for running experiments on deep neural networks to gain insights into how they compute their representations. All right, I want to point out here that the information in these filtered images is drastically diminished relative to the original stimuli. So take, for example, the cardinal orientation images. So here we've thrown away color information and shading and reflectance, and yet these images still account for over half of the explained variance of the CNN. So this effectively emphasizes the importance of these visual inputs for explaining the affordance-related computations in this model. Okay, so in addition to examining classes of visual inputs that are critical for these computations, we can also identify where in the image these inputs are coming from. And we can do this by occluding the inputs outside of a specific spatial region. So here I use this approach to examine inputs along the entire vertical axis of the image. And this was motivated by previous fMRI studies showing that the OPA has a retinotopic bias for information from the lower visual field. We can pass these occluded images through the CNN and use the same variance partitioning procedure that I described earlier to quantify the explained variance at each spatial position. And we can plot this as a heat map along the entire vertical axis of the image. Now, for example, when we examine the relationship between the CNN and the affordance model, we see that the explained variance is largely driven by inputs from the lower visual field. And this is what we would expect, given that navigational pathways are located in the lower half of the image. But interestingly, we also see a very striking effect for the contribution of the lower visual field in the OPA. In fact, this effect is so strong that even just a small band of information from the bottom part of the image is sufficient for explaining 70% of the effects of the CNN in the OPA. And just to show you that this isn't a general property of the CNN, I ran these same analyses for other ROIs and calculated a different score of the lower versus upper halves of the images. And what we see is that only the OPA and the affordance model show a preference for information in the lower visual field. All right, so what this shows us is that inputs from the lower visual field are particularly important for computing affordance representations from the CNN. And these results align nicely with previous neuroimaging studies of the OPA, showing that it has a retinotopic bias for inputs from the lower visual field. Okay, so I just showed you a set of analyses that characterize the stimulus features that feed into the computational model. But we're also interested in understanding the feature representations that are generated within the internal layers of the CNN. And in particular, we'd like to understand the information that's encoded in layer 5, which is the area we found to be, the layer we found to be most important for explaining the affordance-related effects in visual cortex. Okay, so to get at this, I use the technique for visualizing the feature selectivity of individual units within the CNN. And when I use the term unit here, I'm referring to individual artificial neurons within the model. So here's how this works. We occlude a small portion of the image with a set of random pixel values. So we're essentially replacing that part of the image with random information. And we then iterate this procedure across the entire space of the image. And we feed each of these occluded versions of the stimuli through the CNN, and we then calculate the difference in activation at each artificial neuron for the occluded image and the original unoccluded images. And then we can take these different scores and generate a heat map that indicates which parts of the image this unit was most sensitive to, an individual unit was most sensitive to. All right, so in other words, for an individual artificial neuron, we can identify portions of particular images that were most important for driving its responses. Now for the visualizations that I'm going to show you here, I took these heat maps and I thresholded them to highlight the most critical region of the image. And by doing this over multiple images, we can get an idea for the kind of scene features that these units might be encoding. Now I use this procedure to visualize the selectivity of the 50 units in layer 5 that were most predictive of affordance representations and the OPA. Now each visualization shows the top 3 images that drove the responses of a single unit. And this gives us 50 visualizations, which we lump together into clusters of similar features. I'm going to skip over the details of this, and I'm just going to highlight 2 broad themes of visual motifs that were prominent among these visualizations. Now, the most common type of selectivity that we observed in this analysis was for the junctions of large planes. So these included junctions where 2 or 3 large planes came together, defining the corners and boundaries of the environment. And these are essentially the features that you would use to create an outline of the spatial environment. If you wanted to create a line drawing that outlined the layout of the space, this is the kind of information that you would need. Now, another motif that was prominent among these visualizations was selectivity for the extended surfaces of large planes. And these are most often observed on the ground plane. Now, we don't know exactly what surface features these units are responding to, but it's clear that these representations would be useful for mapping out the navigational pathways in a scene. And so altogether, what these visualization analyses suggest is that the affordance-related computations of the CNN give rise to mid-level features that reflect the spatial structure of the environment, particularly in the lower visual field where navigational paths tend to be. All right, so what we learned from this computational model is that navigational affordance representations can be largely explained through a set of purely feed-forward computations, suggesting that they are rapidly computable and thus well-suited for guiding navigational behaviors. And by running experiments on the CNN, we learned that it uses specific classes of visual inputs to identify the junctions and surfaces of extended planes. And these representations could likely serve as a basis set for constructing a representation of the navigational layout of a scene. Okay, so in the first 2 parts of the talk, I told you about how we perceive the navigational features of scenes. I'm going to just try to briefly tell you about another line of work examining a different aspect of scene perception, and that is how we process the contextual information in scenes. Now, in the course of natural perception, we encounter many situations in which the inputs to our visual system are noisy or incomplete. And to deal with this, we rely on our prior knowledge of the natural world, on the things that we might encounter in a given context, to boost our ability to make inferences, perceptual inferences about the things we might see. Right, so in a scene like this, even though everything is noisy, because you know what kind of context it is, you expect to see things like cars and people and buildings and so on. And in fact, even when our perceptual inputs are not noisy, we still rely heavily on the statistical regularities of objects and scenes to make sense of natural images. For example, we know from behavioral studies that people are less accurate at identifying both objects and backgrounds if they appear in unexpected combinations. Now, despite this behavioral work, we still know little about the neural systems that encode this contextual information or the specific environmental statistics that they might represent. So the key thing that's been missing from this work is an explicit quantitative model of the natural statistics that define an object's context. And so this is what we set out to address in this study. And to accomplish this, we took advantage of a database containing over 20,000 images in which every object has been manually segmented and labeled. So this means that we know the name of every object in every scene. To give you an idea of how dense these segmentations are, here's an example image from the database, and here's its segmentation. So every color is a different object. You can see that it's a very dense segmentation of this scene. And we have an object label for every single object that's in here. So this data set provides a rich set of data that we can use for modeling the statistical regularities of object co-occurrence in the natural world. Okay, and when we set out to model these data, one of the things that we realized very early on was that this was essentially analogous to modeling of distributional semantics in language. And so what we ended up doing was adapting a leading algorithm for distributional semantics, word-to-vec, and applying it to our image annotations. And we're calling this object-to-vec. So the idea is that we treat each object label like a word, and we treat each image like a context, and we generate representations that capture the contextual similarity of objects and images. Now, to give you an idea of the kind of information that's contained in this model, this is a two-dimensional representation of object-to-vec for a set of objects that we examined in an fMRI experiment. Now, the colors in this plot are just from k-means clustering, just for visualization purposes. But what we can see are some natural scene clusters that pop out in this data. So first of all, there's a large-scale distinction between indoor and outdoor scenes. Even within the outdoor scenes, we can see a distinction between urban environments and natural environments. If we go to the indoor scenes, we see clusters of objects that we found in offices and living rooms and bedrooms and kitchens and so on. So basically, this suggests to us that this model is doing a good job of capturing the natural groupings of objects in the visual environment. All right, so now that we have this model that captures the statistical regularities of object context, we want to know whether the human brain contains representations of this statistical information. And in the interest of time, I'm going to move through this a little quickly. The basic idea here is that we ran this fMRI experiment where we show people isolated images of objects without any contextual information and had them do a task that had nothing to do with context. And we're going to fit, I'm going to skip the details of this. We fit the fMRI data using a predictive modeling approach in which we're attempting to predict the responses to novel object categories that were never shown in our training set using the object-to-vec embeddings. And we want to just know, are there regions of the visual system that seem to contain information about the natural statistics of object co-occurrence such that their representations can be predicted from object-to-vec? In other words, do they make information about object co-occurrence statistics explicit in their representations? And the quick summary from this is that indeed there is a region of scene-selective visual cortex that's previously been implicated in contextual processing that seems to be very reliably predicted based on the object-to-vec embeddings of these objects. And we see this effect specifically in anterior PPA. And one other quick thing I want to mention is that, interestingly, this effect is not observed quite as strongly if we use word-to-vec representations that are based on the co-occurrence of object terms in language. This is co-occurrence of words in language. And so we actually use the word-to-vec model pre-trained on the Google News corpus. And we do get significant explained variance, but it's not as much as the explained variance we get for the object-to-vec model. So what this suggests is that this region of the visual system, the PPA, seems to represent the natural statistics of object co-occurrence, specifically in images, not just any type of object co-occurrence information. Okay, and I just want to wrap up by reminding you of what we talked about. So we found evidence for a region of the visual system that seems to automatically encode the navigational layout of a scene whenever subjects view an image, even when they're not being asked to process navigational information. We found that we could explain these effects using a fully quantitative model acting on sensory inputs, and we identified ways in which we could characterize the key representations that explain the success of this computational model. And then finally, I discussed some more recent work using a model from computational linguistics to characterize the natural statistical structure of object co-occurrence in the visual environment. And we found that the human visual system does seem to contain this kind of information. All right, I want to thank my co-author, Russell Epstein, who was my postdoc advisor and whose lab this work was carried out in. And I'm currently recruiting grad students, so if anyone is interested or if you know anyone who might be interested, please get in touch. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mick, for this talk. As Mick mentioned, he is recruiting graduate students. Highly recommended. Does anyone have questions? We have a little bit of time for questions. So can you go up to the microphone over there?
Hi, this is Marco from SAP.
Could you introduce yourself before you ask a question?
Sorry?
Could you introduce yourself
Yeah,
before?
sure.
Oh,
I was
okay.
saying,
Yeah.
this is Marco from SAP. Many thanks for your talk, first of all. It was very interesting. I have a small question, remark on the second part of the talk. So you, for example, you argued that your the CNN, which I gather is pre-trained on ImageNet, I mean the standard pre-trained model, is more sensitive to the lower part than to the upper part, and to vertical lines rather than oblique lines, which I find is, so the lower part rather than the upper part, I find it's a bit weird given that these networks have translation invariance, so I would assume it's more the feature of the image, I mean that most of the things happen in the lower part in those images. If you put a panda bear in the top, it would identify that because ImageNet is skewed toward animals. Right?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So the key thing to understand is that what I was presenting is this variance partitioning procedure. And so it's not that the CNN in general relies on that information. It's that the effects that we were observing, the ability of the CNN to explain our fMRI responses, the ability of the CNN to predict where the navigational pathways are, that relied on information from the lower visual field. Yep. But if you were to just look at where does the information come from for object classification, it's presumably all over the image. It's not just the lower visual field. Okay. So it's specifically for the effects that we're examining.
Okay. So
yeah, it's not a general...
Even the sliding part that you were showing? That
yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Then I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Katana Sadi from Amazon. I just have a very broad question on, could you mention a couple of very known or obvious limitations of CNNs as a model of the visual cortex?
Some limitations of CNNs.
Yeah, like as a model.
Yeah, as a model of visual cortex. Yeah, there's a lot. So first of all, they don't contain feedback or lateral connections, or at least the ones that are currently being used in most computational neuroscience experiments. And we just know from neuroanatomy and also from functional neurophysiology that visual cortex relies heavily on feedback and lateral connections. They also break down in a lot of situations, so like heavily occluded scenes or scenes in which an object is out of place. Basically, despite their remarkable performance in computer vision tests, they're actually still very, they reflect the statistics of the training set. And you're never going to have a training set that can capture the richness and flexibility of human vision, and there's easy ways of demonstrating that. So that's one, these are some of the key things. Another thing is that people have worried about are adversarial images, adversarial attacks. It seems to be the case that you can create stimuli in which you make small changes to the stimuli that are imperceptible to humans, but that fool the convolutional neural network models. And ultimately, we need to be able to reconcile these things if we think that these are going to be sort of complete functional models of the visual system, human visual system. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Thiago. I'm from Konami, a company in Brazil. So your experiments for high-frequency modifications in the image and low-frequency ones are all using CNN trained on normal images. But if you train the CNNs directly on the low-frequency images, you might get really different results. Do you think that could be used to estimate how, for example, people with visually impaired, who are visually impaired, perceive things, or no?
Yeah, that's a great idea. You know, I don't know if anybody's really worked on that, but so the general idea is like, can you sort of mimic the sensory experience of somebody with an atypical sensory system and see if you can get representations that match their representations better than the general population or something. Yeah, I love that idea. I don't know that anybody's working on that, but I think it's a really clever idea. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marcelo. I work for a Brazilian oil company. And can you tell if there is some kind of differences when you try to evaluate, instead of a static image, but a movie, when your navigation pathways?
Yeah. So is the, sorry, so what is the question?
The question is, are there some differences between a static image when you define a field,
yeah,
and instead of that, a movie with a series of stacked images, and you
yeah,
move forward, and you can see any difference on,
yeah,
where will be the pathway on that movie?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I mean, yeah, so ultimately, like, ideally, we would study this in the context of somebody walking around in a real-world environment, actually navigating. We're obviously constrained to what you can do in an fMRI scanner. People have done experiments looking at movies of scenes. There hasn't been work specifically examining the type of representations that I discussed, but there is evidence that the OPA is actually, so the brain region that I discussed for affordance representations is very particularly sensitive to movement through spatial environments, so inputs that show movement through a spatial environment. People have also done modeling work to show that as you say pan a camera around a spatial environment, the OPA seems to track the three-dimensional structure of the immediate perceptual input. So it does seem to be, it seems to do this also for videos, but just nobody's specifically examined navigational representations in videos. Yeah.
Do you have a very quick question, or we're almost out of time?
Okay.
Okay, one quick question.
I can pass.
Okay, great. So let's thank Mick again, and now we have a poster session. And then we will reconvene after the poster session, which would be L4.
Thanks for the question. That's interesting.
I found it's really interesting your talk, but so those experiments, you're mostly showing them that the CNNs learn the features, learn to use mostly the same representations as people. So is that it?
So I guess that's, well, okay. So it's, the CNN contains representations that are similar to the neural representations in people. We actually don't know, because we haven't done behavioral work on this. We don't know if these are actually the features that people use to make navigational decisions. We basically know that from this you could in theory make navigational decisions. Computationally we show that you can map out where the pathways are from these representations, but we haven't looked at whether people actually use those representations for making navigational decisions. So there's that distinction, but more generally, I think, to answer your question, yeah, the idea is that there's similarity between the representations of the computational model and the representations of the human visual system. Brain activity patterns, yeah.
So going back to the question I asked, do you think like visual impairment is similar to a low pass filter?
That I don't know. I mean, there are. I just don't know. I mean, yeah. essentially, it's extremely difficult to find any model that can do this in a way that isn't similar to how computer vision does it. This is one theory, and we don't know if that's true, but it's sort of like by training it to do this really complex task, there's only like a small number of solutions that exist, and the human brain contains one of those solutions, and so your model is going to find something that's similar to that, because there aren't that many options. Yeah.
Makes sense. But do we have any kind of, I don't understand anything about that, or the human body, but do we have any mechanism for doing like convolution in our
Oh,
brains,
so
or
it's thought that
we
there are operations. Yeah, it's thought that there are operations. So it doesn't actually do like convolution, but it's thought that there are operations in the brain that are approximately similar to convolution, in the sense that. So first of all, we know that the human visual system is hierarchical. There's like there's stages of information processing. It's increasingly complex. We know that there's this deep and sweep, and we also know that there are retinotopy, meaning that so like the retina gets information from a very specific part of the visual field that you're looking at. So like there's like one point in my retina that's like getting up here, and then so it's like this is like a part of like the retinotopic field, and that bias propagates off the cortical hierarchy, so you basically have what's called spatial receptive field. So like a neuron in like the early visual system, one neuron might respond to like one particular region of space here, and another might respond here and here, and it maps the whole visual field. And then those like spatial receptive fields sort of get a little bit larger and larger as you go up the hierarchy. But there's still this sort of, it's called a retinotopic bias, and like a bias for certain parts of the visual field that are the inputs.
It's kind of like explicitly excluding the convolution.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And so, exactly. So it's not the case that like, in the same way that there's weight sharing in convolutional neural networks, where every spatial issue compute the exact same feature recognition, but there's something that's like kind of high-dimensional patterns and then do random projections of those patterns and create a similarity matrix from that, there's like there's a point at which, as long as your random projections are of a certain dimension, sub-dimension of percentage of your original dimension space, you're likely to recover something that looks very similar to the dissimilarity matrix get from full vectors, full-size vectors. So in other words, basically, it seems to be the case that you can take high-dimensional representations and basically like smooth them and like randomly average in some places, and the resulting dissimilarity matrix you get looks very similar to what you would get if you had full high-resolution, full-dimensional representations. And this is presumably why.
But I would imagine that each box is carrying similar information content within the box.
So yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It turns out that it seems to be the case that across visual cortex, there's like a core scale organization where there's like called columns of neurons that all care about similar features in coding. you're at the, what is the thing that you're at right now? It's, yeah, where you're, the workshop that you're at? Oh, dialogue, okay.
All right, hi everyone. Let's get started. So welcome to the second oral session, and we have 3 talks. In this session, the session will be followed by a panel discussion, so please stay after the session. Our first talk is on G-eval, tool for debugging NLP datasets and models, and the work will be presented by Filip Ralimski.
Thanks for introduction. Okay, let me start. I'm going to present our joint work. Anna is here with us, and let me start with a motivating example. What is meant actually here? I mean, maybe motivating is not the best word because it's not where the journey started, but actually it was generated, it was discovered by the tool I'm going to present today. So the example is like this. It's a real example from 2 years ago, WTM machine translation task. Well, actually it's German to English, sort of. So the German to English machine translation task. So we have a relatively simple input. This is a real sentence from this data set. A relatively simple German input sentence. And you can see the expected output and outputs from 2 systems. Actually, UEdin was the winner of this competition. It was the best system there. And Lium system was one of the worst, or probably even simply the worst system, I mean, in this specific competition. But you can see that something went wrong in case of this best system. I'm pretty sure everybody noticed that euros were turned into pounds. And actually, I checked today, and nowadays it's not that bad, because the pound is like exchange rate is like nearly 1-to-1. But 2 years ago, it would really be, a bad idea to do this. So in terms of BLAS, the standard metric used in the machine translation community, the BLA metric wouldn't go down much. But in terms of, if you want to apply this in industry, this is a real issue, like if you change currencies in machine translation. So I'm going to talk about how to find such issues. So we all know about interpretability. We want to justify, validate models, but I'll be talking more about debuggability more than interpretability. The explanation within the interpretability community are given like simpler models or sets of rules, but I will focus on simply weak input features, or actually, as we call it, meta features. Let me first give an example. Probably most of you know methods like LIME, like let's say this is a sentiment analysis, and LIME or similar tools give you words, they highlight words that point you into the direction of positive attitude or negative attitude. So let's say fail, it's a clearly points you in the direction that it is negative class, right? But in our tool, we would like to focus on something different, a little bit different, on not what. So in interpretability, usually you would like to explain why, but our tool is more for explaining giving the answer what went wrong and why it went wrong. So we'll focus instead of words like but, or let's say kinda, which expresses some So we'll focus on the words for which the evaluation metric, let's say accuracy in this context, goes down significantly. We are going to focus on features, for example, words, but there might be more complicated features, for which, some troublesome features, difficult features, features which make a sentence or a text difficult from the point of view of a very specific task. So GEVEL or GEVEL, actually, I'm still not sure how to pronounce it. So let's say GEVEL is a model-agnostic command line tool that actually it's a black box. Definitely, it's not a white box tool. It's a black box tool, or actually, I would say it's a no box tool, because it just operates on the output of your system and the expected output of your system. So with this tool, you can find all sorts of sometimes really stupid issues, like stupid pre-processing issues, or maybe more or less stupid anomalies in test set, or problems in the model itself. The tool is open source, so you can download. It's up for grabs. You can download it and give it a try. So what does it mean? So we are looking for suspicious features. I mean, features for which the evaluation metric for specific sentences decreases abruptly, and even if they are not that frequent, but also features that are frequent and for which the evaluation metric goes down slightly, a little bit, but they are very frequent. So they might be like in our NLP tasks, there will be like words, diagrams, but also word shapes. Is it the case that a number, a word composed of digits, makes the evaluation metric go down? So you can ask questions like this. So our idea was to use p-values in a way for this. If you think using p-values is a bad idea, I mean, in context of social science or psychology, well, I think probably you are right. But we are using p-values in a very, I would say, non-standard manner. So we are completely uninterested in this funny, threshold for p-values like 0.005, right? Then if you are below, then you have this scientific discovery, and if not, well, you put it in your drawer. No, I'm not interested. We are just using p-values for sorting features. Nothing, just for, so we are not giving any threshold. But I think it should go, well, okay, let me give this slide. So the idea, let's say it's a classification task. So we have just, for a single sentence, for a single text, this is just binary, result. Either it's fail or success. So you might take a specific word, and you might ask a question whether this word makes the evaluation metric go down in a significant manner. I mean, in a way that cannot be ascribed to chance, right? And that might be expressed by p-values. So if these are real numbers from Twitter classification task for sentiment analysis, and you can see that the word the and by the way, other contrastive conjuncts are problematic, are hard, are troublesome for the system. If you take the average metric, accuracy metric for the sentences with the evaluation metric goes down. And this is not the case for reading, but it probably is the case for no, for the word no, even though the average metric is higher, but the number of occurrences, they are more frequent. So this is more statistically significant. So we should concentrate while debugging our system, we should obviously concentrate on thaw and maybe on no. What is special in no, in the word no, that it makes the evaluation metric go down. But actually, our system is universal. I mean, there are other metrics can be used in NLP, all sorts like Blaine machine translation. So how to generalize this? Actually, it's a nice statistical test, Mann-Whitney test, which can be used for any real evaluation metric. I don't make any assumptions for this. Just you have some evaluation data. By the way, you can also compare two systems, and to find the features. You can compare two distinct features, two distinct models, or various two versions of the same model, and to find features which, again, make your task harder compared to the previous version of your model, right? So Gavel is a command line tool. It's a pretty universal tool. Probably could not be used for computer vision tasks. I mean, yet. I think there might be some ideas how to do this. Okay, so there are, as I said, there are a lot of features. I'm considering words, we are considering words in the input, in the output, and in the expected output. So it's kind of like, the idea is like, you know, data science on machine learning outputs, or expected outputs. Here's the workflow. I maybe just give you, I skip this. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the results for sentiment analysis. Our tool outputs results like this. So, for example, these are the hardest features for sentiment analysis, like the words "so," "no idea," yeah, and intuitively it makes sense, right? But our tool just detects such issues automatically. And finally, going back to our first slide, so here is how can you use Gavel to compare two systems. So I compared UEDIN, the best system then, 2 years ago, to the worst system. And I was looking for the features for which there is a significant drop in the result when the best model is compared to the worst model. So as you can see, this issue with euros was clearly detected. So I'm pretty sure this command line tool can save your time. Also in terms of some stupid mistakes like, you know, post-processing, pre-processing mistakes, all these kinds of issue can be detected. So if you want, just give it a try. It could be downloaded at this website. And thank you for your attention.
Any questions? Please go up to the mic. Oh, we don't have a mic. We'll have a mic in a moment. Okay. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah. This is Jin Sukuma from the University of Tokyo. I have one quick question. How do you define what kind of feature you search through to find the bad features?
Okay, maybe I go back a couple of slides. So basically, it's a hard-coded in the system, but could be easily expanded. Maybe this will be, yeah. So actually, I started with simple features like words, and then we added more various features like word shapes. That's a very interesting notion, very useful in practical NLP. Here you can see, like for 2-digit numbers or for acronyms. Also, we introduced some time ago, recently, Cartesian features and so more complicated combinations of two features. But actually, you could introduce more features. They are either by changing the source code of the tool, but also there is a workaround with which you can simply add your features to some extra features to the input file. So this could be done, more cleanly or just as a workaround if you don't want to delve into the source code. I think it could be done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I have a quick question. So the features are defined in a model-independent way, right? They're
Yeah,
not
that's
dependent
right.
on the model.
Mm-hmm.
But as compared to methods like Lime, can you combine the two? So take features that another method finds as important for the model and then plug them into your tool?
I think you mean in terms of feature types. I mean in terms of general other types of features which are not handled here.
Yeah.
Probably that might be an interesting idea, because these feature types were sort of human engineered. That was invented by us when we were working on the tool. But probably there are some. There might be some hidden features, but the idea is that these features should be simply interpretable for humans in a simple manner, because they are for debugging, right? So it's like if you see that euros is a problem, that gives you clear insight, right? That you probably you should have some post-processing for sums of money. So I'm not sure they should be because if you generate some stuff which is hard to interpret by humans, then you have a kind of a problem, right?
Okay.
I guess.
Well, let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
Right. Do we have the next speaker? Yeah. Hi. So our next talk is called From Balustrades to Pierre Finken. I'm sure many people know these words here. Looking for syntax in transformer self-attentions, and it will be presented by Rudolf.
Yes.
Rudolf Rosa. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. So let's start with splitting the title. So from Balustrades to Pierre Finken is a bit cryptic. So Balustrades is what you see on the left. So that's like on the staircase, these piles. Pierre Finken is this man who is well known for appearing in the first sentence in Pantry Bang. But what we really do is that we take transformer self-attentions and we want to extract syntactic trees from them. Okay, and it will become clear why it's called Balustrades. Fine, so our work is based on one observation. So we work with transformer machine translation system and we observe the self-attention heads. So what it does is that you have these layers and you have these attention heads, and in each layer the attention head goes over basically the input words, but actually it's the hidden states that come from the previous layer, and it computes a distribution over them and uses that to produce an output state for each position. And first thing that we noted, and we're definitely not the first ones to note, is that the distribution is usually very peaked. So usually the attention head basically looks only at one of the positions from the input. And when we go over these words, so we have the representations for 3 of the output words, so thousands of hectares. And the second thing we noted is that often what happens is that for several subsequent words, the attention of the head is focused on the same word from the input. So here you can see that in all 3 cases, it looks at the word off. And I'll just show a different visualization of the same thing. So here you see that, yeah, for thousands, often hectares, so for each of the words, the distribution is very peaked. And it looks at the word off and basically at nothing else. And you can see that this happens for other words as well. So huge areas covering also have this property. And so we call this balusters because, yeah, it kind of look like the staircase. And we hypothesized that this could be something like syntactic phrases. So for thousands of hectares, this hypothesis looks fine. So yeah, it could be a good syntactic phrase. So huge areas covering, it's not a great syntactic phrase, but whatever. Vineyards have been burned, yeah, somewhere in the middle. So what we do is, yeah, we look at sequences of states where the attention of the head is focused on the same word from the input layer. And the point of the paper is to look at how much this resembles syntax, okay? So how we do that? So first thing, we take these attentions from all of the attention heads, and we extract these balusters, and we take this as phrase candidates, and we construct a constituency tree from these phrase candidates based on a kind of linguistically uninformed algorithm, and obviously we then compare it to standard syntactic trees. So an important thing to note is that this is not in any way trained on the standard syntactic trees. So this is not the classical probing task where you just take, in classical probing, you basically ask whether the representations in the neural network are good syntactic features, are good features to train a parser. So here what we do is we ask whether there is explicit parse tree or explicit phrases that could be extracted directly from the attentions. And as a preview of the results, so yeah, we show that, yeah, to some extent this is so. So the baseline would be somewhere around 30%, and what we extract matches the syntactic trees for about 40%. So you can find some syntax in these balusters. So in detail, how we do that? So we take the transformer machine translation system, we take the encoder with 6 layers and 16 heads on each layer, so 96 heads together, and we train it on Europarl for actually 6 language pairs, 6 language directions, for English, French, and German combinations. And this is because for these, the Stanford parser can produce constituency trees, so we can directly compare it. And these are trained on standard tree banks. But we just use the Stanford parser as it is. Okay, so these balustrades, they look, we find them actually in most of the attention heads. Sometimes they are shorter, sometimes they are longer. So the hypothesis says, yeah, it's something like shorter phrases, longer phrases. You can see it's very peaked, but not always. Then there are, of course, some other patterns, as other people have shown already. So you can see the diagonal, which just tells you what the word is. There is the shifted diagonal, often looking at the previous word or the next word or something like that. And then there are some attentions which are hard to interpret. So on the left, there is something quite common as well, that it attends to the end of the sentence, basically. But then at one point, it starts doing something between balusters and a diagonal. Or on the right, it's an attention that's really hard to interpret. So, but yeah, we don't try to classify the individual heads. We just take all of them so that we don't inflict our assumptions about syntax. Like, yeah, we could bring in our ideas what syntax looks like, and then we would find the syntax there. But this is not what we want to do. So we simply take all of the attention heads, and we extract any possible balusters. So anywhere where you have at least 2 these points above each other. So you can say, yeah, this is a phrase candidate. We also tried subselecting some of the heads, but I don't have time to cover that here. And for each of the scores, we score the phrase. And the main idea of scoring the phrase is that you simply take the average attention that the head pays to this phrase. And there are some tricks so that it works, but basically it's the average attention. So this is a visualization of the phrase scores. So for each row and column, you have a phrase starting at the word corresponding to the row and ending at the word corresponding to the column. And the whiter it is, the brighter it is, the higher the score for the phrase. So you can see that for the short phrases, nearly all of them are present. And for the longer phrases, there are not that many. But you could also see, at least in the front rows, that you have a lot of phrases that end at punctuations or conjunctions. So we can see some indication of phrase boundaries there. And then there is the next step where we build a constituency tree. So again, we build binary constituency tree because that's the most logical thing to do. And we don't bring in any assumptions, so we just define a score of the dependency tree as the sum of the scores of the phrases. And we just use the standard CKY algorithm, which gives us the tree with the maximum score. So in a way, it's just a way of selecting some of the phrases that can be combined together to form a tree that has a high score. So it doesn't really do much new. And the results look pretty interesting. So this is still the same sentence that I've been showing throughout the slides. And I'll show some subsections from it. So we can see that there are some subphrases that look pretty good, like huge areas, that's good, or have been burned, that's nice. There are also subphrases that look weird. For example, on the right, the ending is have suffered loss, which is nice. And then there is undead, and the phrase is cut off there, which is weird. But yeah, like it's not trained on anything. So we're just trying to look what transformer uses inside. And then there is the CKY algorithm, which just selects one of the possible trees, which is the highest scoring one. But of course, transformer looks at all of the phrases. So we could do more in interpreting how much this corresponds to maybe some other syntactic theories than what's covered by Stanford parser, or whether it has its own syntax. Like, yeah, this is just kind of a starting exploration. And we also can compare it to the standard syntactic trees. And as I said before, so yeah, the baseline is around 30%. And we are matching the standard syntactic trees for about 40% of the phrases. So it seems that, yeah, this could be interpreted as syntax. So to sum up, so the work is centered on an observation that in an encoder of transformer machine translation system, you find structures which we call balusters, which are contiguous sequences of output states that all attend to the same input state, and that you can interpret them as syntactic phrases, and extract the phrases, and extract phrase scores, and construct constituency trees that are to some extent similar to standard syntactic trees as annotated by linguists in TreeBank. So the phrase, it looks like real syntactic phrases as we know from linguistics. Thank you.
Questions?
Hi, Megan Fowley from Utrecht University. Thank you, that was fascinating. So you said that, I think I understood you to say that some words don't end up in the tree?
All of the words end up in the tree, but not all of the phrases. So if I'll go back to, so we have scores for many potential phrases, but only the kind of the best phrases end up in the tree. So the score is based on the average attention of the phrase, and if multiple heads contain the same phrase, so we add that up, so that's an even better phrase. So we then, the CKY just selects the best combination of phrases to produce the tree, but all of the words are in the tree.
Good, okay, never mind that.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Lilja from Google. So recently, there have been a couple of papers introspecting BERT, which is another large transformer. And there they seem to indicate there's a lot more syntax in some of the layers, like the earlier layers. I was wondering when you did your head aggregation, if you tried to filter out different types of layers and you've observed similar results?
So for the main results, we just took all of it, but we have a sub-experiment in the paper where we did like supervised sub-selection of the individual heads and individual layers. And we found that to construct the syntactic trees, actually the most useful layers were the first layer and the last two layers. So it was kind of different than the other findings, but again, we used a different procedure, so yeah. But yeah, we tried to look into that. So
cool.
yeah.
Thanks.
I'm just curious, what was your baseline?
Okay, yeah, I don't have the baseline shown here, that's my mistake, but actually the baseline is kind of this thing. So it's a kind of left-aligned tree. So where you start with, you take the first and second word as one phrase, third and fourth word as another phrase. So you construct kind of a balanced tree where you have these binary branchings, because this turned out to be the strongest baseline for all of these languages.
So this is left branching, and it's better than right branching?
So left branching, right branching are both weaker than this balanced tree. But yeah, we have all the numbers in the paper. Okay, yeah.
Hi, I'm Martin from the University of Zagreb. Thanks for the talk first. This is a super interesting finding. And I was actually just wondering, so the attention visualization that you've shown shows that the distribution of attention is pretty peaky.
Yeah.
How consistent is this? Because it seems super odd that like in a model that essentially does some sort of like residual learning, so the transformer encoder, you would get such different attention peaks on neighboring words. You would expect that like constituents of a phrase would be somewhere close in the embedding space. Apparently they're super far away.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have some ideas on why this is happening, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like there is a lot of attention heads, so at each layer there is 16 attention heads, so it's easy for the model to, so that each head can specialize for a different thing. So the model doesn't really need one head to look at multiple words at once. So this is like an intuition why it would be good to specialize the heads. Otherwise, we saw heads that don't do that, especially for the German encoder for some reason. There were heads that had like flatter distributions. But otherwise, yeah, we think that basically when you have a distribution over several words which are then combined together, then it's hard for the encoder to use that because it doesn't tell you much. So yeah, but it's not a real explanation. I know it's.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't assuming that you have like a concrete answer in mind. Just if you had some additional experiments as to why. And the last thing is, like, I'm not completely familiar with the structure of the encoder, but is the layer normalization done before or like right after you combine the embeddings?
Oh, okay, I'm not sure either.
Okay, doesn't matter. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you very much. So our next and last talk is What Does BERT Look At? An Analysis of BERT's Attention by Kevin Clark.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Kevin. I'm going to be presenting an analysis of BERT's attention. This is joint work with Urvashi Khandelwal, Omer Levy, and my advisor Kris Manning. So like many other recent papers, we're interested in this work in better understanding what exactly does BERT learn from pre-training, right? So we know it transfers extremely well to many downstream tasks, but we'd like to get a deeper understanding of the specific things it learns about language. And specifically, in this work, we're going to be investigating this question through looking at BERT's attention mechanism. So recall that attention produces an output distribution over an input sequence of weights summing to 1, and models like BERT have many different attention heads, which each produce their own attention distribution. I want to briefly motivate why is it interesting to examine attention as opposed to, say, the hidden state activations of a neural network. I do think both are actually very valuable, but one argument for attention is that it is a little more directly interpretable, right? So if I give you a vector of real numbers and say, this is the output of BERT on some input sequence, it's pretty hard to glean anything directly. With an attention distribution, you can at least sort of describe what's going on here, right? So here we're looking at the attention from the word to some other words in the input, and you can say this means that when producing the next representation for the word to, the model is primarily going to be drawing upon the current representation for the word store. And this brings up, I think, another advantage of looking at attention. It describes a little bit more how BERT is building up representations, as opposed to only what sort of linguistic information is contained in those representations. So our analysis is going to start looking at some simple surface level patterns and how BERT's attention heads behave. We're using the base size English model for BERT, so all our analysis is on English data. It has 144 attention heads, each one producing its own attention distribution. And we're going to look at its attention maps on Wikipedia data, where the input is pre-processed in this way where the special SEP tokens are added to the input to delimitate paragraphs. Okay. The first finding we found was that some of BERT's heads tend to attend to specific positional offsets. So we found 9 of these in BERT, where over half the attention was going to either the previous token or the next token. And on the left is a figure showing what this looks like. So here, the darkness of a line is indicating the strength of the attention from a word on the left to the word on the right. And in this case, the attention head is primarily attending to the next token in the input sequence. And this figure is unfortunately not rendering, but we did find some heads that attend very broadly. That means that every word in the sequence is essentially attending over every other word. We did some quantitative analysis and found this mostly occurs in the first layer of the network. You can think of these attention heads as sort of aggregating a bag of vectors representation of the input sequence. The last surface level pattern we looked at is this pretty weird phenomena where a lot of BERT's attention is attending to the SEP tokens. So in all of our inputs, we have 128 tokens and only 2 of them are SEPs. Nevertheless, in layers 5 through 10, about half of BERT's attention is going towards the SEP tokens, which we found very surprising. We did a bit of analysis trying to understand why is BERT attending so heavily to SEP. And here is one of those bits of analysis. So I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but you can think of this plot as showing how much does changing the attention weight of BERT to SEP affect its actual output when doing masked language modeling. And what we see is that starting in around layer 5, the gradient-based feature importance estimate or measure goes down to close to 0, which essentially indicates that attending more to SEP is not substantially changing the output. So we take this as one piece of evidence that SEP is sort of being used as a no-op by these attention heads when they don't really have anything else to attend to. Okay, having gone through some general analysis of BERT's attention, I'm now going to turn to a more linguistically motivated question of does BERT's attention mechanism resemble dependency syntax? And we're going to examine this question by essentially converting the attention maps from a single BERT head into a predicted parse tree. And we do this in a very simple deterministic way where we add arcs from each word to the word it most attends to. So in this case, it's the word to is most attending to the word store. And we'll do this for every word in the input sequence. And then we can compare this predicted structure with the gold standard parse, where here we use Penn Tree Bank data annotated with Stanford dependencies. Given the predicted structure and the gold standard parse, we can then compute an accuracy score on how well is this attention head of BERT capturing the dependency tree. We also do more fine-grained analysis of this, so we slice things up by relation. As an example, in this particular sentence, the attention head is getting 100% accuracy on the objective preposition relation because it is getting the single arc of that type correct. We repeat this analysis with all attention heads of BERT, and we also do both directions of attention, which essentially means we flip all the arrows and do the same analysis. And we're going to compare the performance of BERT's attention heads at these dependency relations with a very simple baseline, which just draws arcs at a fixed offset. So for example, a fixed offset of 1 means we're adding arcs from each word to the word on its right. So let's go into results. I'm going to show the accuracy of the best attention head of BERT, and it's going to be compared with the best baseline, meaning the best offset over the ones we tried. The first thing we found is that no attention head of BERT is really capturing dependency syntax overall. So if you tried to take the best BERT attention head and just use it as a sort of unsupervised dependency parser, you would get 35 unlabeled attachment score, which is not much better than a simple right branching baseline. However, if we start looking at specific dependency relations, we find something quite interesting, which is that some BERT attention heads seem to specialize to particular dependency relations and actually do a good job of them. So for these, we get accuracies above 70%, which is quite a bit better than the baseline. And I found this quite surprising, given that BERT is trained without any explicit supervision for dependency syntax. It's worth noting here that this table is kind of a cherry-picked list of relations in which the attention head does a good job on. So for other relations, although attention heads tend to outperform the baseline, the improvement isn't as large. So let's go into some qualitative examples. And unfortunately, these are also not rendering very well. Well, luckily we have one line there that is exhibiting the phenomena, so you can look in the paper for the full figures, but there is an attention head of BERT where pronouns tend to attend, or possessive pronouns attend to the corresponding noun phrase. So in the example on the right, the pronoun its is attending to plant, and it's able to do this over a quite long distance dependency. And again, there's an attention head of BERT that is able to do co-reference resolution. What you would see if the figure was here is that that she is going to be attending to Kim and she and her, and on the right, talks and negotiations are attending to each other. So there's more details on the co-reference head in the paper. It works about as well as a simple rule-based co-reference system. And it's able to do sort of fuzzy matching between lexically similar words, such as in the case of talks and negotiations. The last thing I will briefly go into is building a probing classifier on top of BERT. So this is the goal of this is to have a model that is not just using a single attention head as input, but is using all of BERT's attention heads, because so far our analysis has focused on only one head at a time. So I won't go into the full details of the model, but as input, it is taking the attention weights of BERT between two words in the input, as well as glove embeddings for those two words. There is a single weight matrix that is trained on labeled data, so we again use the Penn tree bank. And the model is going to predict essentially a dependency parse for the sentence. And our main finding is that this probing classifier that is built on top of BERT's attention performs about as well as the structural probe method, which is a probing classifier built on top of BERT's vector representations. So we take this as some evidence that there is around as much information about syntax captured not in the hidden state activations of the network, just as much as it's captured in BERT's attention weights. So to conclude, our work in line with other recent analyses of BERT have demonstrated that BERT learns quite a lot about language purely as a byproduct of self-supervised training. It is possible that this explains some of the success of BERT. So certainly there have been many recent papers arguing that adding syntax to attention is a good thing and propose ways of doing it explicitly. Our analysis is showing that this sort of syntax-aware attention already exists to some extent in BERT. There's lots of exciting concurrent work, some of which has been presented in the workshop, showing similar things. I also think there's tons of exciting, really future work to do here. So I'd be especially curious if the dependency relations that BERT attention heads seem to be modeling is consistent or inconsistent across different languages. To facilitate that sort of research, all our code and data is available online. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions?
Well, this question applies to the previous talk as well, I guess. To what extent can you say that these dependencies are syntactic as opposed to semantic? And is it the case that the dependency types that BERT captures well are the ones that have more semantic content? So as opposed to, for example, subject is a more syntactic notion, whereas possessor is maybe a more semantic one.
Yeah, that's a great question. We haven't specifically looked at the successful relations and tried to divide them out that way. One thing we did sort of think about when looking at the relations that BERT did well on is that it tends to be ones where you can sort of tell a story about how this would be useful for masked language modeling, right? So if you're trying to predict a verb that has been masked out of the input sequence, it would be very helpful to know what the object of that verb is. And that is some vague justification of why some of these relations are closely correlated with attention and others aren't. But overall, I would say this is sort of interesting future work to better understand why BERT works better in some cases than others for these relations.
Yeah, hi. So thanks for the talk. You presented some quite nice results. I was particularly impressed by the co-reference solving head. But what's your idea of what's so special about BERT, and why not repeat exactly the same battery of tests on another model, maybe another transformer trained for another objective like translation, and compare it, because now you cannot really draw any relative observation, but you can only talk about BERT.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think these findings have been consistently shown for at least machine translation parses. So there's actually a talk yesterday identifying syntactic behavior heads in a translation model, and it had sort of similar findings in that heads do sometimes specialize well to particular relations. You know, we picked BERT because it was I guess there's a lot of interest around BERT, and it was a recently proposed model. All of this analysis could easily be applied to any other model, and we were just trying to keep the paper, you know, simple.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, so let's thank the speaker again. And we'll move on to the panel discussion.
Yeah. apologies, give us some few seconds to set up some chairs on the podium, and we'll start in a second. Yeah, the problem is that there are touches. I mean, it's if people are stealing chairs.
Who is the most deserving of the chairs?
People are linked only to each other, so that's I think good enough.
Is anyone by chance sitting on a chair that's only linked to the one next to him? Please let us know because we can move it to the front. Ah, we found one. Okay, now that we collected enough chairs, we can start with the panel discussion. I'm Dieuwke Hupkes from the University of Amsterdam, and I will be moderating this discussion. And I'd like to start with a round of applause for our panelists, Marco Baroni, Naomi Safra, Ariana Bizazza, Eli Pavlik, Mick Bonner, and Jonathan Berlinkov. On forehand, we collected some questions on Twitter. So I will be starting with asking some of these questions to the panelists, and after this, we will open the floor also to the public to ask questions. I would like to ask both the panelists and the public to keep their answers and their questions a bit brief, so we can really have a proper interaction. And before I start with the questions, I already gave you the names of our panelists, but I'd like to give them the opportunity to also introduce themselves and say why they're interested in interpretability. So Marco, do you want to start?
Okay, so I am Marco Baroni from Facebook AI and ICREA in Barcelona. I am originally interested in theoretical linguistics, so I guess I'm curious about what neural networks can learn about language, although I guess my question for the audience and the other panelists is exactly why do we think that this black box NLP enterprise is interesting, because that's sort of increasingly unclear to me.
I'm Naomi Safra. I'm a current PhD student at the University of Edinburgh, and I work on understanding the training process in particular. And I'm interested in that because I think that it's fundamental to figuring out why anything works at all, is understanding the process by which we build up these representations.
Hi, I'm Ariana Bizazza. I'm assistant professor at Leiden University in the Netherlands. I've done quite a bit of work on MT, pre-neural era, and in the most recent years I've been working on making neural language and translation model more interpretable, probing for their ability to capture syntax, and I'm particularly interested in models that work multilingually.
Hi, I'm Ellie. I'm at Brown University and Google. I guess I work generally on semantics and pragmatics, and I'm interested in this topic, I guess, from the perspective of if you have a model that seems to be doing the right behavior, it's interesting what representations are allowing to do it, and if it seems to be doing the wrong representation, like where those weaknesses are. So I guess just general scientific, interesting.
So I'm Mick Bonner. I'm a cognitive neuroscientist at Johns Hopkins, and the reason that I'm interested in these black box related questions is because in the field of computational neuroscience, we're currently in this position where our leading models of explaining neural data are deep neural network models, and we don't really know why they work so well. And so these are the kind of questions that we're trying to get at, is what makes them so great at explaining our neural recordings.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Belinkov. I'm a postdoc at Harvard and MIT. I became interested in interpretability mainly because I got tired of papers breaking the state of the art on some task. And you could say it started as a purely intellectually driven interest for me. But I do think that there are other benefits beyond the fact that it's super interesting, including the ability of this investigation to tell us about what computational mechanisms for language processing and production can do, or how they can operate. That's on the more, say, cognitive side. But also from the engineering perspective, I still believe that gaining a better understanding of these models will lead to improved models, although the proofs remain to be seen, I guess.
Thank you. I wanted to start with one of the questions that we have that relates a bit to the question that Arianna was asking at the end of the previous talk. Namely, in the last edition of BlackboxNLP, I think we had a lot of work about LSTMs. This year we have a lot of works about BERT. So my question here is, how generalizable is the knowledge that we are producing? So, are Bertology papers made obsolete when there is a slightly new version of a model, or when we're studying another version than the pre-trained one that is put online? And since Arianna already asked this question in the previous talk, I would hope that she will kick off the discussion with an answer to this question.
Okay, thanks for your question. Well, I cannot say yes or no, but I definitely see a need for doing more comparative analysis in order to answer to this question, and to do more, to allow for more replicability in what we are doing. Because I think what we have succeeded in doing in the past year is to set some set of standard methods to probe, for instance, for syntax. And a lot of people seem to be following that. But there is still a lot of small design choices that can, when you build this classifier, when you train them, that can have a great impact in the result and in the observation that we can make out of it. So maybe what our community should work more on is to create even more a standardized set of data sets. So challenge sets, for instance, already comply to these needs, but probing classifiers, I think, it's difficult to compare them across papers. So I would really encourage papers to run more comparative analysis, and in general the community to propose benchmarks also for the probing tasks, so that the same question will be able to be replicated throughout papers. And also to I would invite different people to ask the same question and to answer it with different methods. Because the problem with this field is that it's very difficult to evaluate and validate that what we find is correct. And it seems so far the only way we can do that is by agreeing on the finding that we find, that we find with different methods. So no problem with asking over and over the same question, maybe even over the same model, but let's see if we agree in what we find.
Maybe also our other invited speaker has an opinion on this from a different kind of perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question because I'm trying to understand the brain, and so we're not going to have a better brain next year. It's going to stay the same, so we're all going to keep trying to understand the same human brains. Yeah, you know, but we do get focused on with certain computational models that seem to be the current leading explanation of the brain. And actually in computer vision, people, in computational neuroscience of vision, people have really focused a lot on just the sort of basic AlexNet convolutional neural network model, which isn't even the current leading model in computer vision anymore. And so I think that reflects the fact that in computational neuroscience, people aren't necessarily as focused on this question of what's the current state of the art. It's more on identifying underlying principles that explain how the brain works. And so if we haven't even figured out how AlexNet works yet, why are we going to start jumping to explaining ResNet? So that's sort of, I think that there has been more of a focus on what are the underlying principles. Yeah.
I want to add something to what you said about comparative studies. I think that if there are things that are transferable from BERT to XLNet, et cetera, it's going to be asking the questions about what makes not this one model that Google released or whatever, what makes that effective, but what makes some runs more effective than other runs. Because I think that's really going to shed light on which parts of structure are actually essential for high performance on these tasks.
Sort of coming back to the original question, I wonder if kind of like a natural follow-up question then is like, if we think that like the new models will be proposed for a few years at the pace that they are proposed today, does that also mean that we should really focus on really black box tasks where actually like the architecture of the model is not something we inspect at all, so that we can like compare these different models? So does it make sense to like do like lots of work, let's say, on trying to understand the attention heads of the transformer when maybe 6 months from now, attention heads might be completely passé?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think there's another potential contribution, which is the method of analysis itself. So maybe the insights regarding to a particular model are obsolete 2 weeks later. But if there's a new method to analyze models that is proposed, that could be useful going forward. So by now, probing classifiers or diagnostic classifiers are very standard, but new methods are being proposed, like using RSA or looking at the attention weights. So they may not all be applicable to any new model that comes out, but hopefully many of them are. So I do think it's useful to see these papers.
And I guess I would just add, I think like for some of these architecture components, like looking at the intention heads, I think it's like that might be specific to the model, but you are showing that it's learning something that you would hope would be rediscoverable with other models. So if these are showing that they find certain important things about syntax and position and things like that, and you have a new architecture that maybe doesn't have attention heads, it might need to fill that role with some other architectural component, and so you'd hope that at least the story generalizes, even if the particular way that the model is learning it hasn't generalized.
Thank you. I would like to continue with a question that Marco started with, that I'm also very interested in, and that I actually intended to ask him, but maybe there is one of you that has an answer to it, which is, we are seeing a lot of results that concern the linguistic abilities of different models. And the question is, after we say that we map this all out, we know exactly what kind of things these models do capture and they do not capture, maybe even in which way. What's the next step? Can we also actually link this back to linguistics, use this to understand more about language or about human language processing? I see Ellie nodding very hard with her head, so I'm going to give the mic back to her.
Yeah, I think like I've had this discussion before where it's like, well, this would be an ideal setup because you can run a lot of experiments on these like perfectly replicating human behavior models that you could never run on humans because like it would be unethical and IRB wouldn't approve it and all this kind of stuff. So it'd be nice to be able to explicitly knock out pieces of structure and say how does it affect comprehension, how does it affect generation, how does it affect different types of behavior. So if we had this dream world where we had a model with that wasn't only producing very human-like linguistic behavior, but we also knew which parts of the model were responsible to different things. We could run like very targeted types of experiments and analysis that I think would be, that would be a huge win for linguistics and cognitive science, more so than NLP, I think. I mean, someone else from that side should say more, but it sounds like an ideal experimental setup if we were able to get there.
Well, to add to that, I would encourage people in this room, if you're not already doing this kind of multidisciplinary work, if you don't feel you have enough background for it, just look for people in your universities from the linguistic department, cognitive linguistic department, language evolution experts, and tell them that we have these really powerful models that can be tried out. I think we should be less shy. I really don't know if the models I'm working with are cognitively plausible. I need to talk to an expert in that field to find out, but we should not be shy and see all the work that we have collected, and we have reasonable evidence to think that we can do really nice work with this model. So just go out there and find someone to collaborate on the question that you think is really exciting for you.
Yeah, I'd like to offer an alternative view. Suppose you have a model that replicates some human behavior perfectly. So maybe it's plausible in some sense, but the mechanism might be completely different than what humans do. So it's not, I don't know, biologically plausible, for instance. Is it still worthwhile to study it?
I mean, I think there's, at least in like the semantics side, there's a lot of arguments about what types of things like are innate and kind of necessary in order to get certain types of explain certain types of semantic phenomena. So there'd be kind of an existence proof of saying this model is able to achieve this behavior with these mechanisms, which doesn't tell you what humans actually do, but it does say it's possible to explain this behavior with exactly this architecture. But you're right, I think that's different than saying, and therefore that's what humans are doing, and so we can assume so. But it would be nice to then be able to make like more systematic changes to the given architecture and say, like, what is the effect on behavior if I remove certain pieces of the representation or certain types of structure? I imagine that'd be informative as a way that you can maybe get closer to or run more specific tests that might be more biologically plausible or something.
So personally, I think the view that Jonathan was proposing at the beginning, that probably the main reason to do this kind of work is that it's fun. It's probably like the more solid that I see. But also another question I would ask is like we are saying like that we are studying these models and we find them to be replicating some human behavior. But then like, okay, I'm sort of willing to buy that for machine translation because you could sort of think of like translation as something akin to having like a syntactic representation and converting that to some meaning. But like actually mostly we study models that are trained on the task of predicting the next word, which I do think is probably part of what also humans do, but it's certainly a small part of what language is about. So isn't that also like an issue? And like, I mean, it seems to me that like a lot of our papers, and I put mine in the set too, so it's not like I'm criticizing God, they are sort of like saying, okay, we ask these models to do X, and then we test them on Y, and we find that they're not really doing Y.
Well, I don't know if that was exactly your question, but I'm not suggesting that the actual models we are using and the way we are training is particularly relevant to psycholinguistic questions. But the set of tools that we have could be, because I think lots of people working in those fields, they are working with very outdated kind of machine learning models. I know, for instance, from the language evolution field, the state of things hasn't really advanced at that level for a long time. I think you have a paper that is pretty relevant to this question. And so maybe using more recent neural architecture could enable to do better simulation. Maybe they will also fail, but it's worth experimenting with, I think.
I think I'm on the side of maybe it'd be really hard to bring these insights back to humans because as far as I know, like nobody in psycholinguistics is asking, how do humans do backpropagation? You know, it's like there's fundamentally different mechanisms to the actual learning, and I don't think that you can generalize across models in that way, yeah.
What you just said, I think it's also useful to distinguish between the representation that it arrives at and how it arrived at that. So obviously one of those could be consistent, like the representation might be consistent with what humans have, but acquired in a very different way. So like there's definitely connections between acquisition and representation, and like we should appreciate both of them and think about both of them, but they're not necessarily, like they can be decoupled to some extent in scientific studying. So we might be able to learn something about representations in humans, but not about acquisition or vice versa.
Thanks for all these interesting answers. I would like to move a bit more to the methodology. So I think you are, well, all of you have ran quite a bunch of experiments with different kinds of methodologies, also myself. And one question that sometimes comes up is the fact that information is very easily recoverable from a neural network's hidden state. Does that mean that this is actually the information that it's also using? And I was just at the poster of Naomi, and I saw that she was using contextual decomposition, which is a method which is not based on recovering information, but actually relies on how the network processes information. So I was hoping that maybe you can give us an answer to this question.
I have a lot of skepticism towards probing methods generally because I think that the view that I see is actually much better represented this year generally is a more structural view of how similar representations are and of how they are dependent on each other. Rather than can we extract this information with this opaque sort of model. I am interested at this point in trying to dissect the role of different parts of a sequence in a prediction at the end of that sequence or how they are composed together. And I think that might be something that generalizes better than this sort of this view that, oh, maybe some piece of information can be extracted, even though I think that that's all work that is really good for thinking about the actual architectures and where information is represented.
So far, have you come to very different conclusions using this method, or what about the RSA method? Has it come to radically different conclusions from the probing methods, or does it seem to confirm what we have so far learned with the probing methods? What do you think?
I think unfortunately, or naturally, the stage that we're at, because this is a very new field, involves a lot of people being like, I wonder if this is true, and then some publication bias when you discover that it's true. And I think that's still valuable work, but because of that sort of role of like experimentation and publication bias, it's hard to make a claim about when there is a contradiction between findings from two different methods.
I mean, I do like, and I think you were commenting on this, just the fact that at least on this topic of like you can look at Bertology and syntax, for example, which there have been like a zillion papers on, and everyone's using slightly different methods and they're coming to roughly the same conclusions, so that is pretty encouraging, right? Because we know none of these methods are perfect, and then being able to independently arrive at roughly the same high-level takeaway with a lot of different methods is encouraging. I also think it's really encouraging, like, I've used probing classifiers a lot, and I'm also now skeptical of them, but it's really only been like a year or two since this has been in use, so this is like a ton of progress, right? Like, we had a question, we answered it, we realized it wasn't quite satisfying, and now we're on to the next one, and like, that's very rapid progress on like a type of analysis that wasn't even being done a couple years ago, so I think it's good when just 1 year later you're already like, these methods are crap, we need something new, like this is progress, right? So it's a good thing.
And I was just going to point out that this question that you're raising has been a long-standing focus in neuroscience, which is you probe some representation functionally, you see that it correlates with some aspect of your stimulus or some aspect of behavior, and then you claim that it encodes that information or it underlies that behavior. But you really need to determine through some kind of perturbation method that those representations actually do mediate the behavior that you think they do. And they don't always. Sometimes there's just correlated information in the brain, and they don't actually mediate the behavior that you want. So it's a really important question to establish that when you characterize a representation, it actually is important for the function that you're claiming that it's related to.
Thanks. I wanted to ask a follow-up question exactly to you, actually, because I think neuroscience has way more experience with interpretability or with doing these kind of techniques than we in NLP, especially since, well, the field is way older, and also, of course, in neuroscience, you don't exactly often have the opportunity to just ablate random parts of the brain and stuff like that. So I'd be really curious to hear from you. Are there any methods that we're overlooking? Are there any things that you know that we should use, that we should also apply in NLP?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head like what some of the key things are that I think from neuroscience could be sort of applied here. There's certainly been a focus on getting very fine-grained understanding of how neural representations relate to behavior. And so, it's not just like this representation is sufficient for classifying these stimuli or something like that. It's often sort of focusing on something that's more like parametric in nature, like a full confusion matrix, or behavioral similarity matrix, or reaction times, or some other parametric measurement of behavior. And so the focus is more not on something like prediction accuracy or classification accuracy, but more on like explained variance. So how much of this neural response has been explained, or how much of this behavioral measure has been explained. And I guess I see a lot more of sort of just throw a classifier at something in this kind of work in NLP and see, does it contain information that's related to, that is sufficient for decoding these classes of stimuli, which is a little bit different than saying, does it represent those classes of stimuli in a way that seems to match human behavior and human cognition, which really requires a more fine-grained representation of something like behavioral confusability or something like that. Yeah.
I think that's a great point. We often just take the annotations and use them. But, I mean, they are behavioral artifacts. They're not very fine-grained. And people in NLP, myself included, hesitate to run behavioral experiments. So I think that's a good way to go forward.
We are actually going quite fast, so before I give the mic to you, I want also to invite the audience to, if you have a question you would like to ask to the panel, the microphone is still over there. So while I give the microphone back to Naomi, go to the mic if you have a question.
I'm actually excited about seeing more work that moves further away from a assumption that these models work anything like how humans work, and that sort of looks at them more through the same lenses that that people use in machine learning theory more. and looking at things in terms of sparsity of representations and in terms of the like latent feature spaces generally, because that's something that we really can't do with human brains, and we have the opportunity to do it with our models.
Just sort of like as a follow-up, I think another perspective that I think would be more useful for us is that of comparative psychology. So like we should look at like, you know, transformers as we look at the dolphins. Like it is interesting to study other creatures that can communicate, but I think thinking that they are in any way human-like is dangerous.
All right, Tal, would you like to kick off the audience questions?
Yeah, I'm sort of in the audience, right? So I was a little bit surprised by Ariana's skepticism about probing tasks, right? Because the what?
Can you repeat? About probing tasks. Probing tasks.
Is everything okay? Okay. Yeah. So you were pushing back against the skepticism about probing tasks, but if I remember correctly, your findings could be the two parts of your talk that seem to be contradictory could be reconciled if you just assume that the model is using the information that's encoded in the vector representation, but it's hard to recover that information with a simple linear classifier, right? And that's a kind of a key aspect of the probing or diagnostic classifier literature, is that there has to be some simple way to recover that information, right? There seems to be a major weakness of that paradigm. So I guess my question to the panel is this a problem that we need to deal with, and how do we deal with? Maybe moving to RSA or any other kind of analytic technique solves this issue of this aesthetic judgment. What is a simple classifier?
Well, as far as I know, work that have experimented both with linear classifiers and their MLP version, they usually put it in a footnote and say, we also ran the linear classifier or the NLP version, and we got more or less the same result, a little bit higher or a little bit lower. And we also did some of these checks, and we don't come to radically different conclusions. The bigger problem I have with probing tasks, it's very difficult to interpret these accuracies. And according to how you choose your baseline, you can come up with very different observations. So how do I come to the conclusion that, for instance, cross-lingual transfer is happening or not? I just get a number, and how do I turn that into a yes or no question? And I was discussing this morning with Dankers. It seems also, we seem to have this issue also perhaps with RSA, but because it uses a correlation metric, maybe it will be a bit more intuitively interpretable. But in general, I'm not saying at all that we should throw away the probing task, but I'm just saying that they are not convincing totally to me, and therefore it's better to proceed with different methods at the same time to tackle the same question.
To get some more audience questions, let's proceed.
I have a question. This is about the background that we as computer scientists probably lack. It's about experimental design. I think we don't study experimental design. We probably don't know what an experiment should be. We probably don't think quite well about what control is. How do we think about control? I mean, what I see in most machine learning papers is mostly a baseline, which may or may not be relevant to the hypothesis. Probably we are here because of the lack of understanding of how to do experiments. Do you think that is a problem?
Well, I just wanted to take a slightly less cynical view on things. I think I'm typically a cynical person in general, but now I think we can be a little nicer to ourselves as a field, right? So I think what we're doing right now, like I think things have shifted quite a bit very recently, where only now is it really becoming relevant that we do this right, and it's because of the engineering success that we've had. So previously it really was just build a system to do a useful thing, and now they're starting to do quite useful things, and we don't understand why. And that question of like, is this even possible proof of concept has a different scientific objective than understanding why it's happening and running controlled experiments. So this is a newfound thing. So I don't think it's that we're completely oblivious. It's just that the goals are shifting and the scientific questions are shifting for the better, and it's requiring us to update methods. So I wouldn't like totally say it's like the computer scientists are just oblivious. But that said, I think there's probably some institutional barriers with like reviewing practices and stuff that need to be discussed on a more business side of why this might be a harder shift to make, because there's a scientific culture around the engineering part that's not the same as this. I don't think we're doing like a woeful job like this workshop exists, and I think there's been a lot of cool analysis papers here, which is nice. But I do think it is interesting to talk about what counts as baselines and what counts as controls in this setting, because compared to things like studies on humans, to some extent, it's easier because we have like infinite control over things, and to another extent, it's much harder because there's all sorts of variation and reproducibility issues with even when you rerun stuff on your own machine and your own setup, there's like random number generators hidden somewhere in a code base you're borrowing that you're unaware of, and it's hard to get variability. So I don't have thoughts on that. I just wanted to give a more positive spin on what I still think is an issue, but yeah.
I just want to point out that in neuroscience and like psychophysics of vision, people have been doing very carefully controlled experiments for decades where they try to isolate some variables that they're interested in and remove everything else and simplify the stimuli as much as possible. And actually, one of the lessons that's been learned over the last recent decades is that although those approaches are extremely informative, they don't always produce results that apply in natural perception. And so there are ways in which these very arbitrary stimuli that we create for testing experimental questions in very controlled ways can actually be a little bit misleading. And so there's been a bit of a push recently to do more work in experimental psychology and neuroscience that is looking at large sets of naturalistic stimuli or naturalistic behaviors. So you're actually trying to characterize something that's closer to the actual natural sensory process that you're interested in.
I wanted to add one other thing, which was that I feel like it is nice to have both versions, right? So you have like exploratory studies that are maybe a little bit less rigorous but point you in a direction, and then once you get there, you can boil it down into something that is more of a clear hypothesis that's testable, and you kind of have to bounce back and forth between the two. But if you only ever have to come up with very, very easily, like not easily, but carefully controlled studies, you can make slower progress towards getting to the right question, right? Because you're just like ruling out very narrow things each time.
Yeah, I just want to add that for people who do have the resources to train, BERT or Cennet or whatever, they have this huge set of models that they throw out, and really looking at and that gives you like basically you can split that into things that work pretty well and things that really don't work very well, and so you do have sort of a test and control, and you can figure out what it is that actually makes these models effective by exploring the differences between them.
I think we have time for one brief last question.
Okay, so this is along similar lines as the first couple of questions that you answered. So given that these models, like I guess BERT being one of the latest, are not really trying to simulate how humans talk about this, how humans think about language, which they probably are not. Given that, is there any actual utility to sort of trying to understand what these models do when they're probably going to be obsolete very soon, instead of querying more fundamental sort of building blocks? I mean, these are essentially recipes over things that are lower level, I suppose.
Yeah, some of it has come up, but I think there are also other aspects. So, well, first there's the new methodology, which I've mentioned before, and I think that's valuable even going forward for other models that will come up. But More broadly, you could people that work on interpretability or question or discuss whether interpretability is important often mention things like trustworthiness or faithfulness or aspects of bias and ethics and privacy. So all these big words, I think, do transfer to some extent to work in natural language processing. So I do think that this work is valuable even if the model becomes obsolete 2 weeks later.
I mean, I would say that the similar thing to earlier is that even if it's not explicitly designed to be like humans or we don't think it's like humans, it's interesting to say, like, it's arrived at some representation that is useful for this task, and if that contains certain types of structures or certain types of abstractions that we think would have been useful, or like that's informative, like that tells us something more general about what is a useful abstraction in order to solve a task. And I would hope that that's not going to become obsolete as quickly as maybe the particular model that was used to generate that abstraction. Like you would hope there'd be some consistency across these things, right? And I think we are seeing some of that, right? Like we are seeing some of that, like some of the abstractions, like the fact that it's arriving at something that looks like a dependency parse, and we've known that dependency parses are a useful thing, and we used to target it explicitly, and now it's arrived at it by itself, and that's reassuring, and that gives some consistency that's not like specific to a model so much, I think.
Just one last thing. The challenge sets that we are building as part of the process, I don't think they will become obsolete so quickly. So I think that's something we can be quite happy about. Maybe we use it to prove something about BERT, and BERT will become obsolete, but we have set new standards, challenge sets, and methods, and this could stay for us for quite some time. Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. I think we are pretty much at the end of this discussion, but I would like to finish with giving every panelist once more the mic and answer in maximally 3 sentences. Do you think we made substantial progress since the last version of BlackboxNLP? And if not, what should we be doing differently? Now, I hope for you that your answer is maybe not too much no, because it's going to be difficult in three sentences, so good luck.
Yes, I think there have been like some really exciting new techniques that I've seen, like both here and like in the in this period. For example, like this structural probing task that has been recently proposed by John Hewitt. That sounds like progress to me, so I would be optimistic.
I'm also going to go with yes. I think that the number of methods available to us and that people have explored, and yeah, the number of sort of confirmations with different methods of our guesses at what's happening inside. Like, there's so many more methods now, and I think that's just only can be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with yes too, because we have attracted a lot of attention on a problem that used to be quite niche. So it can only be positive, because there will be maybe more contrasting results, and that's how the whole field will proceed. And how would I do things differently? I don't think we're doing something specifically wrong, but I would hope to see even more work trying to challenge the current findings. So challenge the challenge set, come up with baseline that solve tasks that seem really hard with simpler methods.
I guess I'll say no. I think it's been a disaster. Yeah, and obviously yes, and I think I would say the same thing. Like, I was talking to others, and I think a big success is in terms of like issues with experimental design and just the norms of the community as a whole. Like, I think this has become quite mainstream. So a lot of main conference papers include analysis now. Like, Anton, you were saying, like, you were getting annoyed with just reading a ton of papers that are state of the art with no insight. Like, I see that much less now just in the past couple of years, and I would attribute part of that to just like this community and culture. So.
Okay, well, I wasn't here last year, so I don't know about the improvement. I will say that there's been some really fascinating things that have happened in computational modeling of vision in the last year, which provides inspiration that these deep neural network models are going to be a useful way of trying to understand the human brain, and they're worth exploring. And one example of this has been there have been several groups now, several high-profile papers that came out showing that so like one of the things that people have tried to do for decades in neuroscience is find the stimulus that maximally drive the responses of a neuron. Presumably that's the thing that it encodes. Using deep neural network models that have been shown to be similar to the human brain, we can now synthesize stimuli that drive the responses of actual biological neurons at levels that go way beyond what you could do with previous stimuli that people would just hand select based on ideas that they came up with in their heads. And so there seem to be some very deep correspondences between these types of models and what's happening in the human brain. And so I think that's very promising for the endeavor of trying to understand what's happening inside of these black boxes.
Yeah, that's the cool things you can do with some kinds of primates and not with other kinds of primates, so driving their neurons. I would actually say that I don't think there's been like a major breakthrough, at least as far as I'm aware, in the last year, but that's fine. I don't think we need to have a breakthrough every 6 months. I mean, a breakthrough of a 5-year or 10-year period. One thing that has been really dominant is, starting to rise is that yes, there's more awareness in the wider community, and both in just papers that have a section on analysis or in complete papers that are dedicated to analysis but appear in the main conference. So one thing that I've started talking to people about is whether we should have, there should be an analysis interpretability kind of track in the main conferences. That's maybe something to think about for the next year.
Well, with that, I would like to thank again our panelists. And I hope next year they will again say that there is substantial progress since this year. I will now give the microphone to Tal, who will do the closing remarks and will also announce the Best Paper Award. I think I will first give the microphone to Marco.
I think we should also thank you, because I think it has been a very well-run panel.
Well, I didn't prepare any closing remarks, so thanks for coming, but wait for the Best Paper Award. Oh, wow, this is really pretty. Yeah. So the Best Paper Award is conveniently presented to Kevin Clark, Urvashi Kandelwal, Omer Levy, and Kris Menning in recognition of their work, What Does BERT Look At? An Analysis of BERT's Attention. Congratulations. What? Oh, wait, what are we doing? What? Oh, okay, yeah. Should we shake hands again? Here. Okay, great. And see you next year. Also, I'm looking for a postdoc. That too.